Yo, 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 yo. What's up, what's up, what's up? Give up the rack. And hello to my fellow revolutionaries. You know who you are. And welcome to today's live stream. It is Thursday, the 7th of May. And the future is bright. Let me just tell you. Let me tell you that one for free. Hobo Joe in the house. How are you? Hope you're well. Ravy baby in the house too. It's good to have you. Hope you're both nice and doing the roll call in special ways. I do appreciate it. Today we are going to be continuing, I guess, the week's kind of analyses and investigations. Going to be looking into some of the stuff that's been obviously unfolding around the whole Iran war situation. We're going to continue with that. It just seems like, I honestly think at this point, like, it's just a joke for like the Trump administration. Like, it looks really, really bad. Like, we spent ages yesterday and the day before listening to them tell us why they need to do fucking Project Freedom. And like, we're all having a good laugh about the project names and all that sort of stuff. And they're going to be guiding ships through the strait because they're working on some humanitarian cause to free 20,000 seamen from the Gulf. I'm very well, but very cold. It's 6 degrees Celsius, but it feels like 2 out here. Damn, where the fuck are you? Like, they said it was gonna be cold in Sydney today, but like, it didn't feel that bad. I mean, like 6 degrees. God damn, fuck that. So yes, I hope you keep active, keep your circulation going. But yeah, it seems, I think, absolutely ridiculous at the moment, this whole situation. About an hour out of Melbourne, and it's that cold. Like, maybe it must heat up during the day though. It doesn't stay there, right? It's 6 in my house at the moment. I just did the dishes for some warmth. That's hilarious. Look, you know, it's funny. My European partner, fucking privileged Europeans. That's right. I'm talking to you if you're listening to this right now. Like, the Australian housing sucks. Like, it's just not built for, like, you know, being resistant to the elements at all. You know, most of the housing stock that I've ever lived in is like, you know, fibro shack kind of stuff. And it's like incredibly hot in the summer and it's a fucking ice box in the winter. And like, you know, she is determined that like housing should be at a comfortable level for humans. And it has like, you know, heating and insulation. She's like, you have to be able to walk around naked in your house. Like, it is just a given. Like, at any time of the year, it doesn't matter if it's snowing outside or if it's fucking 50 degrees, you should be comfortable in your house. And I'm just like, put a jumper on, eh? Buy some Ugg boots, you'll be fine. But like that, I guess that's just an Australian thing. We're just not used to having the luxuries of proper heating and housing that was constructed to, you know, withstand the laws of nature. So like, you know, Australians do things like washing the dishes to stay warm. It's pretty crazy. I think the top is 8 degrees. Shit, that is low. That is very low. All right, well, hopefully for the Victorians, they get out of this snap chill very fast. Hope that works for you. The solar battery is off until inspection, so I'm trying not to use too much power. Oh, okay. Damn. Don't tell any of the solar deniers they come into the stream that your solar battery is down. Eh? We're like, I knew it. The technology's not ready. We're not ready for the green transition. Batteries don't work. The sun doesn't always shine. Remember that, people. Yeah, so anyway, back to the topic. Did you see the tax cap I put in the stream chat? It was popping up heaps for me last night. Is this like the diesel thing that you put in there? I'm putting this here so I don't forget. We've heard about the gas tax, but how come this hasn't been thrown around? And this is the cap on diesel tax handout for the last 18 for the 18 largest companies in mining. Interesting, because it affects all of this capitalist class, might I add, eh? All of the miners are going to be affected by something like that. Not just the gas industry that's somehow a pariah to the mining industry at large, or is just the one that drew the short straw that's going to be thrown under the bus. But like, yeah, you wouldn't hear this one being promoted, it would seem, and being allowed to be debated so openly, because, you know, it affects all of the Australian capitalists. That's why. Very interesting. I saw that screenshot. I was wondering what was going on there. It's not down. We installed a bigger battery. Haha. Just needs inspection before being turned back on. Ah, got it. Ah, so it's working well then. Hey, actually, more than that, we're getting a bigger battery because it's so good. At least you got some ammunition up your sleeve there. It's good to hear. It's good to hear. So anyway, remind me, Hobo Joe, if you're around this afternoon when we pick up on our great gas debate investigation that we're doing at the moment, and we'll have a look at this cap the diesel tax handout and see what that's all about. Hey, yeah, it's amazing. Our electricity bill is next to nothing. That's right, zilch. You heard it here, ladies and gentlemen. You heard it here. Now I'm going to try something, Ravy, and let's see if this has any adds any value to the stream experience. I'm just making you a moderator. Like, we talked about this like a couple of days ago, and I kept forgetting to do it. But like, I wonder if you can stop people from getting censored this way. Not sure if it really does anything, but we're about to find out. So good luck, Captain Ravy. You're in charge of the YouTube stream chat. And like, you know, yeah, I wonder if that actually has any effect on whether people get censored or not. I'd say probably not, because it seems to be like the big bad algorithmic censor that gets people like Wookiee constantly. But like, I don't know. Let's see what you can do. So yeah, like I said, like, how weird is it? I wield the shield. Yes, take that, algorithm. Yeah, how ridiculous has it gotten? Like, we spent all this time yesterday, like, going through, trying to figure out Project Freedom and what it means, and watching Pete Hegseth, again, you know, blow his own trumpet. Ravy has all the power now. About like how amazing it's going to be having American ships guiding people through the strait. What was it? The red, white, and blue dome, and Iran doesn't know what's coming, and we're gonna get shipping going again, etc., etc. And he's paused it. Like, we watched Rubio give a press conference. We watched fucking the Secretary of War himself. Then we watched the top general, give like the same speech about how effective it's going to be. He had a little PowerPoint going on. There were slides, and like Trump like immediately has been like, no, it's not happening. We're not doing it. Like, this is just embarrassing. I don't know. Like, it seems really, really fucking stupid, I must say. But we will know for sure whether it's YouTube or not now. KK, it's another Thursday in paradise. Good to have you. Hope you are well. Watch out. We have people with power, so be careful what you say, or you might get censored. Yeah, watch out. But yeah, it's really embarrassing. It would look like what's going on with the whole Trump administration in regards to Iran. It looks like, you know, you've seen heaps of stuff, right? Heaps of headings online, heaps of content out there where people are talking about like, oh, you know, Iran is like humiliating the US. But like, this really does seem to be a bit of a humiliation now. Oh, it's definitely a humiliating situation. Dilemma's in the house. Sup, pimps? How you going? Like, if I was American and I was watching this, like, you know, I guess I'd be the type of American who would be critical of, like, you know, the imperial American state kind of thing and like American capitalism. But like, I wouldn't want to be humiliated as well. And like, this whole Iran situation just seems really embarrassing. Like, they have spent all this time talking how fucking amazing Project Freedom's going to be, and they've paused it. Like, what the fuck? We wasted our time with that. Our time is precious, ladies and gentlemen. Fucking crazy. So we're going to have a look at that. China's rearing its head into the debate. I really want to know what China is going to do on this in regards to this entire situation. I was hearing someone say, like, oh, look, China's finally in. And someone else was retorting, and they're like, look, China's actually been instrumental in this. The reason we have a ceasefire in the first place is not because, like, Iran, wanted to stop the fight. Because they needed space and room to breathe. It's actually because China was putting pressure on them in the background, and it was kind of like, look, America's offering a ceasefire because America fucking needs it. Like, can you just take the ceasefire, please? And so, like, Iran did it because China was kind of in there playing diplomacy. So China has been in the background, and, like, we're going to learn a little bit more about what China's doing. And it just seems like all of this is ramping up to the big Trump versus Xi. It's like a big fucking UFC fight or something like that. That, like, the whole world is waiting to watch. But yeah, Trump and Xi going head to head in, like, what, a week or something like that. And like, yeah, the world's going to stop to see how these two superpowers come together. But, like, I think Trump wants to have Iran resolved before that happens, like the whole situation there, it would seem, like, whatever resolved means. But, like, yeah, they're spending a lot of their time now trying to manufacture consent on the fact that there is no fucking war. It's over. It's just all about freeing up the strait now for some reason. Celebrity death match. Yeah. It's interesting. I almost bought another battery, Ravy, but they messed up. Didn't have the right one, and they tried to charge me another $5,000 for the same kilowatt output. Bloody scammers. Eh? They love a rip. That's for sure. Eh? It's just like anything else, it would seem, on the market. Eh? Gotta get those profits back. All right, so before we get into that drama, Trump will be going into negotiations with China with negative leverage if it's not dealt with. But, like, even if he goes in and it's sorted out, like, what's that going to prove? It's just going to be him being like, I did it. I solved an 11th war. What have you done, G? Like, I don't even know how solving this situation gives him any bargaining power. Like, unless he turns around and says, if you don't do what I want, I will resume the war, and you don't get oil. Like, what does he want out of this situation? Torpan in the house. How you going? 20% of China's oil imports was Iranian oil. China has interests. Putin is going to stand on the fence because, with China being more dependent on Russian oil, gives Putin more influence over Xi. And so, like, what? So, like, Trump comes in and is like, look, I've finished the war now. There is peace with Iran. And that gives him, like, a chip. I thought, like, having the strait closed would be like, Trump is like, see, I can cut you off, Xi, and I can make it worse. I thought he has more of, like, a bargaining power, like, fucking China up. Unless he wants to go, he's trying to go into this negotiation, like, actually as a diplomat. And so, like, look, I sorted it out before I met you. This is how much I respect you, China and Xi. I cleaned up my own mess. All right? I cleaned it up. So what are you going to give me now? China? Eh? China. Yeah, it's all just optics on that front. He has already lost. Only if Trump controls the strait, but he doesn't. Iran does. Just means it's one less topic he has to negotiate on. Very interesting. Very interesting. Well, I guess today we're going to get to the bottom of what the Chinese, like I said, the Chinese, like as Tolpine said, they've got interests. And we get to the bottom of what China's position is. Iran's been over there recently. The foreign minister, Arachi, I think his name is, been over in China with his Chinese counterpart. They've been speaking. What have they been speaking about? We're going to find out. And China's given a presser on like their whole position on the Iranian conflict. And I think they're edging towards we are going to be getting involved in this. Not sure what that means, but could you imagine, like, you know, the people that are like, we're in the middle of World War III and nobody can see it. All those people would have been fucking right if this is some indication as to like China becoming like physically involved in this situation. That'd be fucking mental, wouldn't it? Mental. Hence the deals that just got signed and the push for Greenland. What's the deals that just got signed and the push for Greenland? What are you referencing? They're not. What? Greenland's back on the menu, boys. Or are you talking about from what happened before? Like, is there renewed talks about Greenland that I've missed? Greenland was one of my favorite topics. God, I loved that. Hey, and I loved watching Nick Shirley go to Greenland too. What a legend. God, he's a legend. God, I love that guy. Now, before we get into all that fun geopolitics, let's have a look at this. This one's for the Australian audience, but it has ramifications for everyone because this is an attack on freedom of speech. We've been actually looking at this throughout the week. So yesterday we looked at this case or this idea in Australia that, or in a particular part of Australia, which is probably going to be expanded, but you can't say globalize the enchilada in Australia. That's illegal. Or in Queensland, you can't say that's illegal. And you can't say, what's the other one? From the river to the sea. That one's illegal too, because someone's deemed that it upsets people. And so we can't say words that upset people, like, you know, not just usual social decorum. Like, I don't want to go around saying words that upset people. Okay, it's not nice. And my parents will always be like, if you don't have something nice to say, don't say it. So like, you know, not in that vein, but like literally, you can get arrested, you can get charged, thrown in prison for saying words in certain combinations. And apparently, globalize the Intifada is one of those. And like, this is an extension of that. Look at this fucking ludicrous situation here. Like, obviously this guy is being a fuckwit. Okay, let's just all say it here. This guy's being a fuckwit. But like, should he be arrested for this? We're about to find out if you haven't seen this already. The deals Trump made before Iran in regards to rare earth. It's a giant power play to stop China taking over USA. Right. You know, look, again, I know we talked about this at the time, but like, you know, just getting access to rare earths is one thing, but like actually being able to process them is a completely different story. That's where that's the difficulty there. Actually, rare earths aren't that rare as we've found out, but like processing them is actually extremely rare. And China has completely dominated that for a long time. Tallpine, Iran supplied 20% of oil to China. Venezuela was the major supplier of oil to China. Gone. And Venezuela and Iran offline. I think it's like 25% of China's oil. Now China's being hit by the Strait being closed. It's pretty, the math is mathing. But like, why does Trump want to actually resolve this before dealing with China then, to a point? Like, what's your grand theory on that one? Like, couldn't he be more of a douchebag in negotiations, and more, what's the good word for that? More effective, I guess, let's just say, in negotiations. If he was like, hey, well, you know, the strait's not open. What are you going to do to get me to fucking open the strait again? And pretend like he's in control? When Trump says bring back American manufacturing, he doesn't mean widgets. He means processing minerals. Interesting. Yeah. Well, they've got a lot to do because it's an incredibly intricate and difficult industry to set up. It's not like they can just be like, it's not pitching a tent. Like, that'll take fucking years to set that shit up and make it like effective. Like, China does it en masse, and because they do it en masse, like they've reduced the cost of it incredibly. Let alone the environmental costs of it. It's incredibly bad for the environment, processing rare earths. So like, it'll be interesting anyway to see how the Americans cope with that. Iran is showing its allies to go through this. Iran is showing its allies to go through the strait isn't closed for everyone. Only Americans. That's not winning. That's not a winning setup. LOL. Yeah, fair enough. Trump triggered the closure, but he doesn't control whether it's open or closed. Yeah, yeah, I hear you. I hear you. It is a fair point. It is a fair point. All right, now watch this guy. What do you think is on his shirt? You're about to find out. It's possibly in this crazy, draconian world we live in. This is probably the most offensive thing you could put on a fucking shirt, apparently. Like right now. And what a blend of things it is too. Like, you know, the irony of this shirt is fucking incredible. But like, let's have a look here, shall we?
Stressing.
Outside a royal commission into anti-Semitism, a T-shirt that was always going to grab attention.
My name is Ian Minus. I live in Killarney Heights, and I am proud of this statement.
You know
Look at that. Like, he's put the Star of like a Jewish symbol on top of a swastika. And so, like, there's two things you can't do right there, apparently, in society anymore. You cannot brandish a swastika. No way can you do that. And, like, you can't speak ill of anything to do with Judaism or the state of Israel. And so, like, he has mashed those two things together, which is incredibly ironic in itself, right? Like, you know, superimposing Judaism and Nazism. Like, it just doesn't make sense. But, like, what imagery it is then, thus, to compare the state of Israel to a Nazi regime. Fucking powerful imagery. And, like, yeah, this guy hanging out the front of the Royal Commission. So that's the Bondi Royal Commission, if you're not aware. And he's hanging out with this shirt as a form of political expression. Like, what a fucking loose cunt. Like, honestly. But, like, what a statement at the same time.
I live in Killarney Heights, and I am proud of this statement.
Do you know that it's illegal to wear a swastika?
Sorry?
It's illegal.
Swastika?
Clearly a swastika.
It's not. It's not, though. It's clearly not. It's on. Have you not seen a swastika? Like, look at it. It's not. Come on, bro. Hey, he's winning, Sky News. What are you going to say to this? He's got you cornered.
Yeah.
Making no apologies, Ian Minus claimed to be unaware of what was happening inside.
Is there a Royal Commission here, is there? I'm sorry, I'm enjoying a cup of coffee in the streets of Sydney. Why am I being assailed in such fashion?
The 68-year-old, whose social media is littered with anti-Israel posts, said he was protesting events in Gaza.
It's clearly
Is littered
like anti-Israel posts. Like, he's talking about Italian uncles. It says it here.
with anti-Israel posts.
Why can't they say anti-Zionism? Why can't they say that? Why are they afraid to say that? Like, it's there in the writing, but they can't bring themselves to say, like, he is anti-Zionism. They're like, no, he's against the state of Israel. Very interesting. And what is the charge, sir? Yeah, I know, right? It's a swastika, like, yeah. Well, like, it is, obviously. But, you know, it's not. Like, this is appropriation. This is, like, art is all about this. It's like taking symbols, and when you reappropriate something, you give it new life, new meaning, etc., 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 etc. Like, this is just as old as human civilization, this type of cultural reappropriation. Like, come on. Hey, Live Jeff in the house. How you going? He's a brother. Yeah, he's a fucking smartass. That's what he is, this guy. Fucking smartass. I wonder why he would have a shirt like that. Yes, I know, right? Made a sticker last night with the word swish on it. It's my swish sticker. Hey, Woozle, I see what you did there. Very clever. Just a friendly reminding to all that Zionism isn't equal to Judaism and Israel does not speak for the Jewish faith. Just a friendly reminder. Just a friendly reminder. Thank you very much. The public service, really. He's a big fan of peace religion, I guess. OE's peace religion. And make the shirt look while looking in the mirror. back off, daddy government. Well, like, this is the point of this piece, isn't it? Like, this sort of stuff, like, you're giving this guy attention. Like, no one would have known he was here. And, like, the intention is, like, the accusation is that he is causing fear, right? Like, this is a form of hate speech and all that sort of stuff. No one would have fucking known he was there. Like, maybe 2 or 3 people around him. Like, they sold a coffee to him. People didn't look at him and be like, oh my God, look at his shirt. I can't do business with this man. Like, kind of thing. Like, he obviously was able to sit down and buy a coffee without causing too much distress. And now it's plastered all over the media and everyone gets to fucking see this situation. Like, this guy is winning. You just want to give him a platform, you fucking hypocrites. Come on. I got a shield. I got to be professional now. Yeah, look at you. With warnings and disclaimers. Saint Chi in the house. Yeah, and no crying. Finding a peaceful religion is like finding an honest politician. Savage, bro. Come on. Come on. I'm sure there's honest politicians out there, okay? I'm sure. Peaceful religions, though. I don't know. But look at his hate. We need more laws to push more social cohesion. Oh, that is fucking hilarious. I'm telling you, Dilemmas, you're on fire these days, bro. On fire. Oh, my God. If you're not aware, in Australia, we've passed laws recently, like, to crack down on extremism and fucking prejudice and hate speech and anti-Semitism, all that sort of stuff. And it's like, all the language around it, though, is it's to promote social cohesion. And so, like, it is funny. It's like, we need more laws. We need more handing over to, like, law enforcement types that have a monopoly over the use of violence to push more social cohesion. Yeah. He's got a shirt. Run. Yeah, and they kicked him out. Sneeko as well. LOL. Rennick enters the chat. Don't attribute that to Rennick. That's all you, bro. Sneeko is an anti-Semite. Sounds like China. Yeah, all right. Yeah, Saint Sheep. Very good. Yeah, what are we turning into? China. But I bet you this guy could wear this shirt in China. That's the travesty here, isn't it? That, like, in the West, in the free world, hey, he can't get away with this political statement, but I'm sure he could in China. I don't think people would even fucking notice. They'd be like, what? What is that? I don't know. Social harmony. Let's build those peaceful re-education camps. Fuck. All right. I want to speak out against Australian politics, but I fear I shall be called an anti-Strayamite. That's an interesting one. We should fucking make that a thing. Anti-Strayamite. Hey? Sneaker would have pretended to be an ISIS, bro. Better luck getting in. Wookiees in the house? How you going? I don't know who this Sneeko person is. I'm going to have to look them up. But you couldn't wear a fuck she shirt. No, probably not. Probably not. Or one with Winnie the Pooh on it, let's say. All right, back to our friend here, whatever his name is, Ian or something.
A cup of coffee in the streets of Sydney. Why am I being assailed in such fashion?
The 68-year-old, whose social media is littered with anti-Israel posts, said he was protesting events in Gaza before being issued a move on.
Anti-Australite. I'm so stealing that. Yeah. Well, who needs anti-Semitism when you have anti-Australitism? Eh? Sneeko, just a manosphere fall off. Gets bullied for being a cuck and converting to Islam. Okay. Righto. Thank you for context. All you needed to say was manosphere fall off. Got it.
Such is the state of protest in New South Wales.
Inside, it was the children's turn to tell of their fear. Pleas for help.
All right, that's enough. Such is the state of... So, like, do you reckon he's getting arrested or he's just being moved on? I wonder. Like, that's the million-dollar question here. If he's getting moved on... He's getting moved on. Why? Because he's like a public menace or he's disturbing the peace somehow? Like, look at this guy. Having his coffee. Is he really disturbing the peace? Like, you know what's disturbing the peace? the police presence and all these fuckwits with their oversized microphones in this guy's face. That is disturbing the peace. Let's be honest. Come on. Collabed with Fuentes and Kanye, etc. God damn. Australite sounds like a clear roofing material. All right, maybe we have to redo that one. Back to the drawing board. Thank you. The way he said that just instantly brought me back to the succulent Chinese meal meme. Democracy Manifest guy was better than this guy. Democracy Manifest? Who was that? Remind me, please. Let Nico speak so we can all point and laugh. Arrest the guy for wearing a t-shirt. How Nazi of them. Like, it is, right? Like, it is the irony of this entire situation, which is obviously his point. But, like, this is just fucking stupid. It's so stupid. You know who's disturbing the peace? The board of peace. Hey? Because they're bored of peace. This is Democracy Manifest. Get your hands off my penis. Okay. I'm going to have a look at this. I definitely have to know what the reference is here. I'm getting an education here. I like it. Anyway, I thought I'd bring this up and show you because this is linked to the whole fucking, from the river to the sea thing, to the, what's the one you can't say? Globalize the enchilada. Like, you're not allowed to say this stuff because, apparently it's just terrifying. And it just emboldens this type of idiotic reaction. Like, this guy is just being a knob. But, like, he's a clever knob. I'll give him that. Govan, that these idiots think their take on the eternal Jew has an edge to it. Well, like, is this a take on that? I think this is an edge on something else, though, isn't it? But, like, I see your point. People have been doing this for longer than this guy. But, like, I would say not related at all. Democracy Manifest. Don't be silly. Oh, do I? Okay. It's archived as Australian historical media. All right, fine. I need just to be reminded then. I'm going to cop that one on the chin. I do know it. I just have forgotten. Too many t-shirt ideas today. I need a globalized enchilada tee now. It's not mine. I heard Ravies say that ages ago. Apparently it's something that people like to say instead. So anyway, this is just the ridiculous outcome of elevating certain people in society and creating second-class citizens of everyone else in the order, in the aim of social cohesion. Like, there's so many contradictions in all of this that you have situations like this. What a funny man this guy is, eh? What a funny man. Democracy is such a loaded term that really means nothing. It's a broad brush term. The DPRK and the Congo claim they are democracies. I have heard, what's his name? Oh my God. Curtis Yarvin say the exact same thing. He's just like, how many can the DPRK, euphemisms for democracy, fit in there? The Democratic People's Republic of Korea. Hey? You can't get any more euphemisms for democracy in one name and it not be one iota democratic. Hey, am I right? Globalize, the Taylor Swift hit song. Hey, very good. Very good. Very good. All right. Is this the thing, Ravy? I would like to know more. Let's have a look here. Democracy Manifest. Let's have a look. 5 million views 17 years ago. Jack Carlson puts up a fight as he's getting hauled in a police car, into a police car. Okay.
Just a moment, you just assured me that I could speak.
Sit down inside the car. We're not assuring anything. We're under arrest.
Look, I'm under what?
Come on.
Gentlemen, this is Democracy Manifest. Have a look at the headlock here. See that chap over there? Get your hand off my penis! This is the bloke who got me on the penis before.
Get some cups. Just jump in the
Why did you do this to me?
Hop in the car. Get some cups.
For what reason? What is the charge? Eating a meal? A succulent Chinese meal? Oh, that's a nice headlock, sir. Yes. I see that you know your judo well. Good one. And you, sir, are you waiting to receive my limp penis? How dare get your hands off me.
No, we've only got one cup.
Ta-ta and farewell.
So I guess get him in the car.
One cup, look. They've even broken.
Oh my god. Fucking hell. You touched my penis. This is why we can't take your views on ray guns seriously. Uncultured. Oh my god. Wait, you've never seen this? No, not the first part. Fuck. I don't know why. I must have only seen like a shorter clip of this. I definitely haven't seen the penis thing. That's fucking hilarious. Why are you touching my penis? One more time.
Just a moment, you just assured me that I could speak.
Sit down inside the car. We're not assuring anything. We're under arrest.
Look, I'm under what?
Come on.
Gentlemen, this is Democracy Manifest. Have a look at the headlock here.
This is how he says democracy. Democracy. So good. Largely he passed away, gentlemen, is a heartbreak manifest. Oh my god.
See that chap over there? Get your hand off my penis!
Oh man, it's so good. Cop thought it was a dangerous weapon. Are you ready to receive my limp penis? Me, if I had a penis to offer? Oh my god. Fucking hell. R.I.P. King. True Aussie icon. Oh my god. Democracy. So good. Alright, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. And this is one other thing that I want to have a look at. Completely unrelated to this. But this is just for me. This is all class war stuff for me. I gotta remember that like the point of this channel is to move away from the culture war and into the class war. And like I don't know if you've heard, but there's been a little bit of stuff that we've been looking at. Like last week we had a look at like Meta and what they're up to at the moment. And Meta have decided that they're going to be using he yells cock block when he was put in the car. Meta was starting to there's so many new mod tools. Oh wow, what can you do to shield us from all the corrupt behavior out there, from all the like actually you are the champion of social cohesion. Actually, you get to decide what needs to be censored or not. Watch out, Ravy has power. Last week we'll have a look at Meta, and Meta are starting to basically, if anyone's worked in an office here, you know that there's incredible control that they have. Like your IT department can like fucking spy on you. Basically, they can watch what you're doing, and like if your boss thinks you're up to no good, your manager, they can get like approvals from the command chain to actually spy on you, kind of thing. Now Meta is moving to help train its AI to basically spying on all of its stuff, and so like they all their work laptops, basically their devices that are linked to the work network at Meta are going to be watched continuously, so they can build up data on how humans interact with computers and do tasks to train their data better and like I don't know, provide a service to basically replace workers. And so like Meta has recently gone through and like fired a whole bunch of people. And so like this is all related to that. But this is like, as I have just realized, is much older than what I thought it was. But like this is big, like a big part of the general conversation as to like AI and the effects of AI on the working class. So we had a bit of a look at this last week, how AI is going to be what's the word? Like, people are really scared about how AI is going to take over everybody's jobs and affect the economy. And so we watched Gary Stevenson's piece last week about like how he answered the question. So if you're not sure who Gary Stevenson is, Gary Economics, he's a very, very popular channel. And like I think he was a trader in London, and so like he's a millionaire, so everybody just listens to his economic theory because like he's made a lot of money, so he must be good with economics and all that sort of stuff. And like he gave his 2 cents on why he thinks that like how he thinks that AI is going to affect the world economy and replace everybody's jobs and all that sort of stuff. And while he makes his usual spiel about how we just need to protect everyone from inequality, extreme inequality, he also said that that at the end of the day, it actually, when it comes to AI and stuff like this, it doesn't really matter about protecting ourselves from inequality. It's actually got to do with who owns this technology, which is an incredibly Marxist thing to say, I guess. I haven't been too impressed with the videos we have watched from Gary on here. Yeah, it's interesting. And like, have you come across Gary before? Like, does Gary get much traction in the US? I know because he's British and like he has a big Australian, New Zealand audience and all that sort of stuff. But I was wondering if the Americans like his stuff and can put up with his British accent. So like, this isn't a very old piece, but I'd love to hear what a tech bro has to say about like replacing like workers and stuff. Haven't seen his content before you shared it. Oh, okay. That's very interesting. But yeah, like his analysis of the AI situation was very Marxian, I thought, without giving any credit to Marx, which is interesting. But like there was no like impressive ideas in there that could have only come from someone like him. It was just another vehicle for him to use his usual throwaway line, not throwaway, but like his usual tactic of just saying we need to fix inequality. Inequality is the big problem, and like we tax, like wealth taxes will fix all of our problems, etc., etc. So no new ideas in his analysis of AI, unfortunately, as you've said. But like, I'd like to see what it looks like when a tech bro explains to his workers why he's firing all of them. Like I said, this is old. I thought it was much more recent than this, but let's just see what a tech bro has to say in the class war when they lay off massive sections of working people.
I want to say, up front, that I take full responsibility for this decision. I'm the founder and CEO. I'm responsible for the health of our company, for our direction, and for deciding how we execute that, including things like this. And this was ultimately my call, and it was one of the hardest calls that I've had to make in the 18 years of running the company. And a lot of why it's hard is,
I don't know, man.
Obviously, it has a big impact on your lives, but also for our mission, we're losing people who you've really put your heart and soul into this place, and each of you is talented and passionate, and each of you has played a role in making Meta the success that it is. I want to say up front that
but I'm doing it anyway. It's so good. It's so good. It's like, what can you say when you are in this type of position and you're just going to lay off fucking hundreds, if not thousands of people because you fucking can? And like, you've brought in some new technology, or like you're just cutting back because like there's profits to be made, etc. What can you say? Like, he tried to be, I don't know, empathetic about it, I guess is maybe the word. But like, what can you really say? Like, oh, you're so wonderful, you're so talented, you've actually made, like, there's this slight acknowledgement that like actually it's all your hard work and effort. Hey, you poured your heart and soul into this place. It wouldn't be the same without you, but I'm deciding to terminate you because I fucking can. But like, just remember, you poured your heart and soul into this place. And so all of, like, as a CEO, as the person who controls Meta, I wouldn't be able to sit here and benefit from all of your hard work and effort, eh? Like, if it wasn't for thousands of people just like you, I wouldn't be here where I am today. But, like, thanks, but, you know, you gotta go. You gotta go. And this is just a nice little snapshot of the class war right here. Like, I'm sure he walked away from his screen straight into another meeting and didn't think about it again. But, like, whatever. It's just the way it is. If Gary was smart enough to make millions on the market, get smart enough to know if you should tax the rich, you'll get an audience. Even with the first part, like, you didn't even have to get on the whole, like, let's tax the rich. You could just be like, I made millions. And, like, people were like, no, tell me your secret. Of course, the layoffs have nothing to do with their 50 billion in the failed metaverse. Yeah. What's wrong? The shareholders didn't get enough billions or something? Dude, like, yeah, there is no excuse for it. Like, he's trying, but they all do the same thing. You guys are so wonderful, so talented. We wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you. And, like, the obvious, like, the glaringly obvious response to that from anyone who is a working person is like, well, fucking why are you letting go of me then? If I'm so fucking precious and, like, you know, I'm a valuable cog in this machine, then why would you let me go in the first place? You were useful for a bit, but you are ultimately expendable. You will now be terminated. Peak fucked. That company would be nothing without its workers. Wouldn't have gotten off the ground. Coventry, every one of these twats' financial ventures. It's true. And, like, this is what we have to remember as kind of like, as working people, or at least persons that are not owners of the means of production like this guy is, like, massive ownership of some incredibly important technology that has, you know, massive ramifications for planet Earth. And, like, it is the people that work for him that allow him to be King Zuckerberg. If it wasn't for these, you know, thousands of people around planet Earth working tirelessly, heart and soul, for his organization, like, he wouldn't be able to sit there and make kind of the global ramification decisions that he makes. It's just a nice little reminder of how important you are as a worker, and how, as unfortunately Gummet Shadeswing puts it, how fucking expendable we are in this system as well. Zuck looks cyborg like Data from Star Trek. Interesting. Let's have a look. Who is Data from Star Trek? Ah, interesting. Yeah, he definitely has that vibe, doesn't he? Yeah. When he looks, that soulless look in his eyes. You poured your heart and soul into this company because I don't have one. I need all the souls that I can feast on. Give me more souls. He looks like a male pleasure doll. There's no humanity in those eyes. Oh, wow. I'm more of a lore gal. Like, is lore another sci-fi thing that we're talking about here? All right. Who's Data? The one that was just on the screen. Apparently. My God, E. I don't do Star Trek. I'm sorry. It's not a thing of mine. Law is his twin, bro. Okay, got it. Yeah, like, not a fan. I'm sure it's lovely. People talk about it all the time. They even talk about it how it's in reference to, like, a communistic utopia. And, like, yeah, it shows what the world could be like, or what humanity could advance to if we moved beyond our market system. But, like, hey, that is all sci-fi, isn't it? Eh? What a sci-fi world that would be. All right, let's get back into the swing of it. Star Trek is future of abundance. Right up your alley. Yes, I know. That's what I say. I've been told many times. We look at his wife. One look at his wife, who looks more like Punch than Judy tells me there's no humanity in those two. Yeah, I've had a similar thought. Like, you know, they're definitely the right couple for that sort of stuff. Yeah, very soulless. Very soulless. Me and my Starfleet uniform, like, what the fuck? Luxury gay space communism. Haven't seen that one. Haven't heard that reference come up in the stream for a long time. There are definitely more Lex Luthors than there are Bruce Waynes. I always took exception to the whole fucking idea of Bruce Wayne as well. Like the idea that a superhero is just like a insanely rich person. So like a capitalist. And like his power is just that he's fucking rich and like he tries to do good stuff. And like he's able to do good stuff because he's insanely rich. Like it's just like compared to a Star Trek universe, that's just awful. Batman is the rich cop. That's a pretty interesting one. Yeah, he's like a cop, isn't he? Eh? A vigilante who's rich enough to have some fun toys. And he just chooses to do the right thing. Thank God. Eh? Money makes a Lex. Many normies are Bruce. Is that a plate going right down above the belt? Or is that a black shirt that cop is wearing? All right. Let's move. I want to have a look at the fuck is going on with this whole situation, with the Project Freedom thing. I'm going to get Australian sources for this. This will be funny. Let's see what the Aussies have to say. I think it's so embarrassing, this Project Freedom thing. Oh my God. Interesting.
It was supposed to be a major step towards reopening the...
Heidi, gang, how we going? He's just some traumatized man who dresses as a bat because he never grew up and protects the properties that his company owns. Interesting. Well, then he's definitely right up there with the capitalist class, eh? Definitely. Heidi the sausage in the house. Hey, it's good to have you. All right, let's look at this one. I can't believe, like I said, like yesterday, I don't know if you hear my rant earlier when we first started the stream, but like we spent all this time listening to those fuckwits talk about Project Freedom, like it was going to be an actual thing. Remember the fucking red, white, and blue dome? They're going to protect shipping and they're going to solve a humanitarian crisis. They're going to solve a humanitarian crisis and get those 20,000 seamen out of the Gulf. And it was going to be the American way. They were going to lead the charge. And then they paused it. Like, straight away. This is fucking embarrassing stuff, man.
It was supposed to be a major step towards reopening the Strait of Hormuz, American warships guiding stranded vessels to safety.
But just as quickly as Project Freedom began, it was called off. Donald Trump has suspended the mission, claiming he's making great progress towards a deal with Iran.
Passing on some of his best moves to the next generation. Donald Trump hosting student athletes at the White House.
I work out so much, like about 1 minute a day max.
Running might not be his thing, but he certainly knows how to backflip, hitting pause on Project Freedom 1 day after the mission to guide commercial ships through the...
So good. He might not do any exercise, but God, can that man backflip. I love the spin they were going for, and it failed. This war was supposed to be in and out. But I guess the US empire is falling apart. Yeah, I guess. But in that fall, it's not even... I know, like, this isn't historically the precedent here, but, like, it's not graceful at all. Like, this is fucking shameful stuff. Like, backflip doesn't even sum it up well. They got them all in the room. Like there was big announcements to be made. You know, you're getting generals to talk about it, and then they just roll over. Not even 24 hours have passed, and they're not doing this anymore. They must be really scared of Iran, like really fucking scared. It's crazy. It is, though. We are buying oil from them now. LOL. Huh.
Strait.
Wait, take note of Trump's moves and the timing of the stock market. We shot a hole in an Iranian tanker. Supposedly there is a one-page peace proposal that could be agreed. So they've been saying for so long, right? Like, we are so close to a deal. So close. I can feel it.
Strait of Hormuz started.
I think it's an admission that Project Freedom is dead on arrival. It was not working.
The president says he's suspending it because great progress has been made toward a complete and final agreement with Iran. Just hours after this from his defense secretary.
Iran cannot be allowed to block innocent countries and their goods from an international waterway. That ends with Project Freedom.
The secretary
Same with Russia, big roar, big dreams, pissy bite, savage assessment.
State said it was the administration's new focus after America's military campaign against Iran was declared over.
Epic Fury is concluded. We achieved the objectives of that operation. We're now on to this project.
They should have done this earlier, right? They should have done this earlier. Like, you know what they're doing? They're doing the thing now. There's like, we won. We will declare victory. Operation Fury, Epic Fury is gone. That's a sad day, man. Like, that's one of our favorite named projects. And they're just going to park that name, Epic Fury. And it's done. Everything we wanted to do. They brought down the Iranian regime. They made sure that they don't have nuclear weapons. They liberated the Iranian people and installed a proper system of governance there. They've made the Gulf a safe place again, or the region. They've stabilized the region. Like, come on. What objectives are you talking about, bro? Honestly, what is going on here? Gummachi's being too used to killing little babies, I guess. When there's an enemy that can defend themselves, they just fucking flop. It's disappointing. Like, can he just end the war or the world, with a bang? Howdy, folks. Con, how you going? Hope you're well. I'm not sure they are not afraid of Iran. I think they are more afraid of internal consequences. Interesting. Pete, you started the war. Bring back midnight hammering. I knew one of you would say it. It's actually Heidi or Ravy. Like, here it is. Someone had to say it. Without support from others, all they truly have is nukes. Man, damn. Russia's economy is doing pretty good after they ramped up to war footing for the past few years. Just look at who makes the most artillery. Now, I'm not sure they're afraid of Iran. It is the internal consequences. Yeah, but I didn't think so either. But this type of stuff kind of makes it look like that, right? Like it's like they are chickening out. Like, they put a couple of ships through and they're kind of like, you know what, fuck it. Let's just get a deal on the table. Like, they got everyone out, the fancy military personnel out, the Secretary of War to talk about it, and then within hours they've changed their mind. It feels like that, I guess. Okay, I feel like they're doing this for Israel, so they can continue their operations for greater Israel. But they're doing it anyway, aren't they? Like, I don't see them not expanding. But yeah, they just keep going. The Israelis, that's for sure. Like, choose one, bro. It sucks. It's pathetic. I'm all here for the show. Let's watch the world fall apart with popcorn. Yeah, well, it's unfortunate, that reality, isn't it? It's so corner. This is for BB. It's the market reaction, and there are midterms in November. But how does that help the midterms though? Like, how does that help? Like, I can see how it might, give some confidence in the market. But this type of stuff just looks piss poor. Like, if I was an American voter, I'd be like, what? But we just said we're going to help everyone in the Strait for a humanitarian cause. And now we don't care about that. I thought we were going to help global shipping again. Russia has stripped its externals of men for this war. From what I've heard, they intentionally didn't hit the cities for meat bags as they lie hard to die there at last. Die there last, right? No, but the war between Iran acts as an excuse. Right, yeah. Because Iran is aligned with Hamas and Hezbollah. It gives Israel an excuse to invade. And while Trump flops around, China has to start dipping into its reserves, while America has become the biggest importer and exporter.
Of freedom. The Iranians saw it as a threat, opening fire at commercial ships and US destroyers in the Strait and launching drones and missiles at the United Arab Emirates. None of it considered serious enough to be a breach of the ceasefire.
It's more low harassing fire right now. It feels like Iran is grasping at straws.
But it may have kept them from the negotiating table. Donald Trump calling Project Freedom off for a short period of time to see whether or not the agreement can be finalised. But he'll keep the blockade of Iran's ports in place.
The blockade's been amazing.
Squeezing Tehran economically. In the United States, Rob Scott.
That's the big story, isn't it? They just have to keep saying that one over and over. Yeah, we're squeezing them economically. Look, they're crippled. Look how crippled they are. We want to delay Project Freedom to enter into negotiations. They're so crippled. They're worth speaking to. So crippled. Like, look at someone who's fucking crippled, right? Like, look at what they've done to fucking Cuba. Cuba keeps saying over and over again, Miguel's like, we want to talk. Can we talk? And they just won't talk to them at all. Like Venezuela, like Maduro kept saying over and over again, if they actually bothered to listen to the guy, he was just like, I want to talk. I would like American businesses here. You guys can set up the fucking oil infrastructure if you want. Let's have a fucking chat. Like, let's just do that instead of the fucking war stuff, right? Let's not get aggressive. Let's have a chat. What do you want, America? We'll give you what you want. Let's just talk. There was no talking in Venezuela. There hasn't been any talking with Cuba. But like, hey, let's talk to Iran. Hey, let's stop our mission to free up global shipping so we can talk to Iran. Hided sausage. Iran had followed through on everything they've said they would, as opposed to the US. Confusion is an accidental tactic. It's cruel. Interesting.
I'm ready to open fire.
Iran's state media airs footage it claims shows its navy warning a US destroyer to change course.
Last warning, last warning, last warning.
A day after the US and Iran exchanged fire in the Gulf, and the UAE came under drone and missile attack, Washington denied there was a return to war.
No, the ceasefire is not over.
Far from it. Its offensive against Iran was now complete.
The operation is over. Epic Fury, as the president notified Congress, we're done with that stage.
It's done, baby.
Okay, we're now on to this Project of Freedom.
Under Operation Freedom, the US military would help ships transit the Strait of Hormuz. But less than 2 days in, Donald Trump announced that, at the request of mediator Pakistan, he was pausing the project to see whether an agreement with Iran could be finalised. The White House needs to get the strait reopened, and Gulf states are pressing it to stop provoking Iran, which is hurting them. It's even asking the UN to place sanctions on Iran if the disruptions continue, and asking China and Russia not to veto that idea. Today, Iran's top diplomat asking the UN to place sanctions on Iran if the disruptions continue, and asking China and Russia...
Isn't that fucking mental? Like, after they basically, the Trump administration has taken the time to tell everyone what a dead rubber the UN is and how it's a useless fucking organization. It's just woke globalism from evil globalists that want to destroy the American way of life. And now they're turning see, this is why it looks so pathetic. Like, now they're turning to the UN and they're just like, look, can we just, you guys, the UN, you put sanctions on them too, and like pressure them to open the strait again. And like, please, China and Russia, please don't block it. please. Heading out to meet some friends. I'll catch you in a few hours if you're still on. Good luck, Jack. Enjoy your meeting. Oh, yeah. But like, yeah, it's weak stuff. Come on. Please, China. Please, Russia. Don't block it.
Not to veto that idea. Today, Iran...
Rumor has it that Maduro also said, the wheels on the bus go round and round. It's poetic, really. UN gave us is not real. Yeah. And they also capitulated to allowing Trump to have his little board of peace and control over Gaza as well. Crazy. It really is all about elections and the price of gas at the pump. Yeah, okay. Fair enough. That is a big ticket issue. I get that. The price of gas. Who would have thought? Like, that gets people really going.
Top diplomat travelled to Beijing.
A comprehensive ceasefire is urgently needed. A resumption of hostilities is not acceptable.
While Donald Trump touted America's strength over Iran, watching kids at a White House children's event.
They should wave the white flag of surrender.
As both sides refused to back down in this game of war. Laura Tingle, ABC News, Jerusalem.
Lame. David McBride predicted that Trump would go to war before he was sentenced. Interesting. And they pushed climate change. Or they got that one right. Clock is right 2 times a day. Eye of the Tiger. Yeah, why'd they play that one out? That was interesting. Trump. They are not going to. Pastors claim Trump admin is about to disclose alien Jesus. This is why he has to stay in power. Alien Jeebus. Oh my God. Wow. All right. Let's see what the Chinese are up to, shall we? Let's get an overview of what the Chinese are. Why they're getting involved now in the limelight as opposed to in the background. I don't know what's going on.
Well, Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi is in Beijing for talks with his Chinese counterpart. The meeting comes 1 week before President Trump is scheduled to visit China. The US is pressing Beijing to help convince Tehran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. China buys more Iranian oil than any other country, but dueling Iranian and US blockades of the Strait of Hormuz have cut all flows of fuel. Katrina Yu is in Beijing with more on Araghchi's visit.
His first in-person visit, although he has spoken to his Chinese counterpart Wang Yi at least 3 times over the telephone since the conflict began. We know that meeting has now started here in Beijing, and front and center on the agenda will be 2 things: maintaining the ceasefire and also reopening the Strait of Hormuz. 2 things that China wants and has been very vocal about. And we know since the beginning, since the US has put its naval blockade on Iranian ports, China has been very critical of that, calling it dangerous. But increasingly, Beijing has also been critical of Iran's decision to continually close that vital choke point. Now, one thing we do know is that Beijing will be talking to Iran about, if it does close the Strait of Hormuz, what kind of support it will be willing to continue to offer Tehran. Iran would need Chinese backing, for example, at the United Nations to continue to block any action that would, for example, put any additional sanctions on Iran because of its closure of the strait. And you also mentioned next week it will be the expected visit of Donald Trump. So the timing here is also very important. Reportedly, the Iranian foreign minister is looking for clarity from Beijing as to what Beijing will put on the table when it does meet with Donald Trump, whether Beijing will be making any concessions to Washington that will potentially make Iran nervous. And China also, in return, wants its own assurances that Iran won't act in any escalatory way or any dramatic fashion in the lead up to that very important meeting.
Well, Iran...
So, look, work with me here, please. Tell me what's going on. Iran closes Strait. Iran closes Strait. And China wants Strait reopened. So China and Iran talk about how they can get that open because China really wants everything to move again. China has an enormous export economy and relies on the stability of the world economic system in order to continue its meteoric rise to success. And like world domination, I guess, like becoming world #1 economy and overtaking the US. And so like massive interest in opening, not just for oil, but for the stabilization of the world economy so they can continue to export to everyone and like dominate through economics. So they get in and negotiate with Iran, and Iran's like, look, China, I know you want the fucking Strait open, but like we need some support here so we don't get crushed by the current world order led by the US, and you gotta promise us that they're not gonna fucking sanction the hell out of us, basically. So China and Iran really don't need the US to negotiate here at all. And if anything, what I'm hearing is this is actually a situation, like it sounds like the Trump administration is turning to China here and Russia apparently, but like China and being like, please help us with this situation. Like this is incredibly embarrassing stuff here. Like, please help us with Iran. And Iran's like, yeah, China, we know that you want this open too. How about you help us and we'll open it for you potentially. Like potentially we'll open it for you, but you just got to play your cards right because we know how important world trade is for an economy like yours, China. Like, so Iran actually is holding a lot of cards here. And like the only real negotiation that matters potentially I'm hearing is the one between Iran and China. Like this is a world gone absolutely mad. I never thought we'd have this type of analysis going on here. Wookie, do you wish you could complain about the fuel prices like an American though? Yeah, we got more to complain about though. Honestly. The Iranians are using Chinese currency for its tolls, right? Yeah, I've heard that. Apparently, cryptos and they're accepting yuan. That's interesting. Oh wait, lag put me behind. I just realized. Trump is a simple man. It's like math. You can actually get more detailed than the fundamental numbers you started with. It is what it is. I don't know. I've had fungi in DMs before. Destiny enjoyed are worse with their death threats. Oh, you guys are having a separate conversation, right? Yeah, wow. Anyway, I think this is an absolutely extraordinary situation in all meanings of the word extraordinary. I don't think we've seen this type of diplomatic situation. Like this really adds credence to this theory that like China is way more important on the world stage than like anyone gives them credit for, like especially like the old world order or the current world order led by the Americans. But like it would seem like China is the actual link here between US and Iran, and it feels like the way they're describing it anyway, that Americans are begging for help here, and like China might have to use its diplomatic effort and position as a world power to actually resolve this situation. I can't believe we're having this conversation. Like this is actually a point in time where you can really point and say, yes, China is a superpower now. And this is potentially not, the unipolar world that everyone talks about. Yeah, this is potentially a history-changing moment right here. It's more like China wants the US to end the blockade. We are putting holes in the Iranian tankers that would be transporting oil. Yes, I get that. But like, if they want peace, they want some type of negotiation. And like the Americans will let up their blockade if the Iranians open the strait. Like everyone's turning to China to sort this out. The Americans admittedly, or the US has admittedly turned to China to sort this out. And Iran is like, has the cards, and China is then using its political capital. Like, I'm not saying it doesn't have an interest seeing that Strait opened up again, but like it's using its political capital to do it because the US cannot use any political capital at all in this situation. Like, Iran doesn't give a shit. It doesn't care at all. So you need a new power broker, and isn't it like a power broker like Pakistan or something, who's just there as a middleman. This is someone that has the power to make or break a deal. China can literally do nothing about it. I don't know, man. That's not what I'm hearing, actually. It would seem like they can. And they have the ability. How did the sausage? Iran didn't want to talk to the US. China asked them to. China, the adult in the room, as Rathbone would say. Dilemmas. All the new world or the new world order folk now know exactly China is on the rise, and cutting oil is the only lever they have to pull. But like, that's the thing, like, if it is the only lever, and like I agree with this being a way to hold them back a little bit, and if this is the only lever and it's not working as intended, like, that means, this is what I'm saying, cat's out of the bag now. China is on the loose, and it has its own place in the world, on the world stage now, beyond anything the Americans can do. They are their own separate superpower of international importance up there with the US. Before, it was always the talk like, oh, China's economy is really big, right? And like, economically speaking, they're just like the US. But like now, like in terms of world leadership, they're up there. It's more obvious now than it ever has been. Asking China to pressure Iran so we don't fire more freedom rockets because of our own elections. Let me just read that again. Asking China to pressure Iran so we don't fire more freedom rockets because of our own elections. Asking China to pressure Iran so we don't fire more freedom rockets because of our own elections. That's some layered shit, but like, I don't see what your point is there. That sounds like, oh no, we've got something coming up soon that we need this under control, and we don't have control of this situation. It's almost like a weird admission, really. In the same way you're saying China can't even take Taiwan. America can't really handle this situation. It's a very strange situation. Or they can't handle this situation well without help from the Chinese. Help. I need somebody. Like, someone from China. China just has to wait, not take over the world. Slowly become it. Did you say China is suing us for wanted to renege on the 99-year lease of the Port Darwin? We are so dumb. Yeah, is it really? Are they really? Okay, well, there's another one to the nationalists there. Now we're getting sued by China for Port Darwin for no reason. Eh? I'd be okay with China taking over running our country at this point. We can learn Mandarin. LOL. May I let China sue us if they can screw over the French? If we can screw over the French, why not the Chinese? Why do you think they have made incredible advances with the renewables? They won't need to rely on oil soon. Yeah. You think China is turning to a superpower? Well, like, it is. Like, this is what I'm saying. Like, I think it is now. Like, it was, there's always been this speculation. Oh, when is the point at which it is superpower in all senses of the word? Like, it's not just like economic powerhouse, but like, a superpower is an alternative option, I would say, to another superpower almost, in the context of the other superpowers that are out there. And so, like, I guess it depends how you define superpower. So maybe not that word then. That's not the best word for this. Like, if we think of the world as like, unipolar, and like America kind of controls everything, because might is right, etc., etc. Then it's not a unipolar world anymore. It's bipolar. Writing has been on the wall for the petrodollar for a good while now. Yeah, okay, so the writing has been on the wall, yes. But like, is this the event then? or it's no longer writing on the wall. Like it's just a thing. Oil is needed for more than fuel. They could be 100 renewables. They still need oil, 100%, I guess, renewable. We are restraining ourselves because of our own laws and elections. Okay, but still restraining ourselves. Like, I'm not hearing anything more than we aren't in control then. Like, if you're self-restraining, then that still has implications on the world stage. And if you just hold back for a little bit and somebody else edges ahead, is it worth holding back? Well, you should be asking then, potentially, Sanchi, is should we consider our own laws or elections? Or is world domination more important? Which one's more important? Hey, pesky democracy, the judicial system as well. Get rid of that shit and make sure we stay top dog. You're confusing oil and coal. Yeah, it means dilemmas. Yeah, it means in the traditional sense of reliability as we know it. 2050, review baby, China, Korea, Japan have committed to net zero, and they are on track to be 100% on renewables before then. Hence our push to make as much on our toxic gas. We are most definitely handle Taiwan, be free of China oppression. We are most definitely handle Taiwan, be free of China oppression. I lived in Shanghai. So what are you saying? They have 1.4 billion people, a serious overpopulation problem. If you have a problem with the American authoritarianism, then you're in for a rude awakening. I don't think it's even really about that. We're not talking here about who's morally superior. We're talking about who's materially in charge at the moment. I think those are two different things. They're massively different things. Yep. International courts. The play of soft power is strongly indication of global superpower, in my opinion. We could be there too if the fossil fuel lobbies weren't manipulating the government. Unilever. You're always so coded with your responses. I don't know if I can track your responses most of the time, Govan. You'd have to explain that one. Unilever. Give me something more to work with here. LL, but in comparison to the reliance we have on it now, eliminated. No crisis like we're in now. It's only overpopulation if you can't manage it, and they seem to have improved massively. We need less people on the planet. China looks amazing. Is that the play? Tax the gas now before the industry dies, makes as much money as possible. That makes sense. Yeah, it does make sense. Oh yes, we better make hay while the sun shines if we've got this stuff. But it's so antithetical to what you expect from people that are, supposedly for the environment. Who cares about making bank on it? You should not be supporting gas or any type of fossil fuel. It's suspicious, I find. My brother-in-law has been there a few times. He was invited there to do lectures to their nurses. China doesn't look amazing. Now Taiwan, that is a beautiful country. The Chinese dream is to move to America. What do you think would happen to China's manufacturing base without oils? China's strength comes from its manufacturing. Yeah, but you can still have oils, but what we're talking about is using it as fuel. I'm assuming, there's many chemicals that are important in manufacturing and industry. Well, we don't use them all as a fuel source. Yes, 100%. We're scrambling to milk as much as from the cow as we can. We have a huge amount of expat Chinese people here. Everyone has a Chinatown, though, don't they? Right. They all want to leave. Gotta go. Have a driving lesson. Have a good one, guys. Good luck. Drive well, sir. Drive well. I don't think anyone can really dream about living in the US, mate. Sorry. More guns than people, no health care. huge homeless issue. Yeah, you know, me and my partner do talk about this from time to time. Every time we hear about another fucking mass shooting or something, like especially at a school or something like that, we're like, oh, would you live in the US? It's like, nah, that much is too scary for me. Like, I know you can just walk outside and get hit by a car, but like, and that's a risk. But like, you know, sending your kids to school and not knowing if they're gonna get shot up because someone got upset and they've got access to weapons. All the polls seeking to obtain the Unilever, LOL. Assuming oil is about fuel is missing half the equation. We make everything from oil. I live in a town and city in Massachusetts that people from all over the world move to just because it is clean, safe, and smart. I'd rather myself shot than my kids. Yeah, fucking tell me about it, right? Tell me about it. It's a factor. Like, if I was considering moving, like, it's a fucking factor. Yeah, like, I want to get another perspective on this China situation. Like, this is potentially, history-changing stuff here. If people are moving to other players to do their negotiating for them, and even the US, as they painted the picture here, they're like begging China almost. Begging to help out. It's a very different world we're living in. It is the Chinese that are moving here. They take their money out of China and park it here. They definitely do, but like, so does the entire world economy. Because world trade is done in US dollars, and people have reserves in US dollars if they want to keep doing trade. Like, it's an obvious thing. But like, the Chinese kind of do move everywhere though. Not just to the US. Like, I hear you. They definitely move to the US, but like, they kind of move everywhere. They have a huge diaspora. 420 delivery day. Woohoo! What is 420 delivery day? Is it 420 somewhere? Is that what I'm hearing? It's always 420 somewhere, right? Am I right? Yeah, absolutely. But the way that we rely on it at the moment as a fuel source, so remove that and its reliance is reduced outside of manufacturing. Crypto leverage is the theory du jour. Okay. All right, let's get a French perspective on this one, shall we? 420 delivery day. Well, it's 420 delivery day for me too. I'm waiting. I'm a med patient, so my dealer is Ozpost. Right. Oh, wow. What a world we live in. I remember back in the day when I used to smoke, it would have been amazing if like it just came to my fucking post box, my mailbox. That would have been lovely. Instead of having to go out and like make small talk with questionable individuals. Hemp oil. Okay, I know you work in plastics, so you are concerned about the impact to your industry and income, but the development of new industries will be ideal for people like you with skills that they need. New technology, yes, but the base materials are still derived from oil. Also me, my delivery guy and I are on first terms now. It's a bit annoying, to be fair, than just going out and getting it. Oh, okay. I thought it would be more reliable. I remember having reliability problems sometimes with certain people. Messaging, hello, where are you?
And now speaking of the Iranian foreign minister himself, Abbas Araghchi, he is currently in Beijing. This as China is looking to play a larger role in Middle East peacemaking. He sat down with his Chinese counterpart a bit earlier on today, who called for a comprehensive ceasefire and for Iran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Here's a little then from Wang Yi.
This conflict has already lasted more than 2 months. It has not only caused serious losses to the Iranian people, but also had a severe impact on regional and global peace. China is deeply distressed by this. We believe that a comprehensive ceasefire is urgently needed, that a resumption of hostilities is unacceptable, and that it is particularly important to remain committed to dialogue and negotiations.
Imagine saying that to the fucking Iranian foreign minister, though. Be like, hey, look, this whole situation's pretty fucked up. It's caused a lot of problems. And if I was the Iranian, I'd be like, well, I didn't fucking start it. Like, fuck, what do you want me to do about it? Come on. We didn't want this. We didn't want this at all.
I'm pleased to welcome to the programme now Professor Astrid Norden, who is an expert on Chinese international relations at King's College London, and she joins us on the programme live now from Taipei. Hello to you, and thanks for speaking to us here on France 24.
Thank you.
First of all, look, behind closed doors in that meeting, what do you think?
Have you watched the Dolphin News Report by 10 yet? No, I haven't. But I saw that come up on my feed. Like, are we doing this? I guess we have to follow up on this whole dolphin thing, don't we? I'll get on it. Shouldn't have fucked around. Like, come on, Saint Chi, seriously. Like, what? Iran shouldn't have what? Had like protests that were instigated by the CIA and Mossad. They shouldn't have fucked around. Is that what you mean? If Hamas didn't go into Israel back in October a couple of years ago, I bet none of this shit happens now. Or like thought of another way. Like same logic though, right? But like from the flip side. All right, if October doesn't happen, no excuse for going into Iran as it happens now. Am I right? They've killed thousands of US service members. Who has? Israel? That's not fair. They didn't do it on purpose, I'm sure. You don't understand America nor Americans. No, that's not fair. I understand some Americans, and I definitely understand some of the things that America does. I guess I'm just not down with your exact line of thinking. October 7th was a retaliation to the mass deaths in the West Bank.
Chinese officials have been saying to the Iranians about ending this conflict and specifically about the closure of the Strait of Hormuz?
I think a key priority for the Chinese leadership and Wang Yi is to open up that strait. China really cares about energy flows in the region from Iran, but also from neighboring states who are pulled into this conflict. However, it cares deeply also about resisting US violent interference. And in that, I think it seeks to signal support for the Iranian leadership against what is seen as a really risky US bellicose action in the area.
And just briefly on the oil itself, Beijing, of course, a key customer for Iranian oil, but for oil from the Gulf, excuse me. How affected has it been over the past month or two by the effective closure of the strait?
China has decent backups for energy, but it does care a lot about the energy supplies from the region, not only because of the direct imports to China, but also because of the effect that this energy crisis, the pushed up prices are having on the supply chains, particularly those in neighboring countries in East and Southeast Asia. So Beijing has a big, strong interest in getting that oil flowing out of the region, but again, not at any price.
Okay, so if we zoom out a little bit then, how close or not would you say the relationship is at the moment between the government of President Xi Jinping of China and this Iranian regime?
So good. You can say regime in the context of Iran, but you won't say it for China. I've heard people in the Western media call it the communist regime. But like China gets a government, Iran gets a regime. Okay? Very interesting. Interesting. Shots fired. He is a lefty. Joe Bogan. Yes, I will take the title of Joe Bogan. Who are we watching? Why did we bring up Joe Bogan the other day? Who was Joe Bogan? Was it me? I can't remember. It's definitely not a shock jock. Rogan has no morals. Oh, is this the shots fired at me? Wait, let me just read it. Give me a second. No, I feel you have a very low level understanding. Maybe you are too young and haven't had a job, nor education that truly crosses borders. You are more like a shock jock in the way of Joe Rogan, but on the other side, I didn't know Joe Rogan takes sides. But it was balanced. It's outrageous. I don't know, man. Shock jock's a bit much. I don't know if I'm very shocking. I don't think I'm shocking at all. But like, look, if you feel I have a very low understanding, then like I empathize with your feelings. I hope you work through your feelings about me over time. And if you want to talk about it, just let me know. I'm here for you, bro. I'm here for you. So is our trusty moderator, Ravy Baby. She's a skilled diplomat, very professional, and she can also speak through your feelings. Rogan nipples could cut glass, but is that a bad thing? It's a survival tool that will come in handy later. I have to check my nipples if I'm going to take the title. Hey, oh my God, she put the fucking picture up again. Oh my God. LOL, okay, I'm here for you too, big boy. Thank you. But like, let's all talk about our feelings. Maybe just not right now. We'll have a feeling session later. Saint Chi. You still haven't told me how to say your fucking name yet. Incredibly rude. But you are Saint Chi from now out. Mr. Ree is a shock jock. You've heard it. I am a fucking shock jock. You know, until somebody else comments, we're going to have to look at those nipples for fucking ages. Can somebody else comment in the stream chat, please? Like now you can't even see his face anymore. It's just the nipples. Oh my God. Hey, at least I didn't put your face on him. Oh my God. That is fucking hilarious, Wuzo. Oh my God. Those nips have breastfed too many sycophants. That's how they built the pyramids. Oh my God. Okay. Very interesting. Very interesting. Is this why we stopped the analysis on China to talk about nipples and feelings? Oh my God. All right. Everyone calm down. The US doesn't really understand how citizens of the world perceive them. There's nothing to do with Americans. I know beautiful people that live there. It's what the US stands for, and it's not peace. Everyone loves nipples. Yeah, but not all nipples are made equal, Ravy. Eh? Case in point. Case in point. What if your car goes over a bridge into a river, but you'd want those nipples to get through the window? There's nothing bogan about you, mystery. LOL, I pick up now. Boganation. Very interesting. True one's usually bigger than the other. Oh my God. All right, back to the China analysis, please.
I think the principal thing that Beijing wants is a stable regime in the region, and it sees the current Iranian leadership as the best bet for having that. I think part of Araghchi's aim in China is to signal good intent, be clear about Iranian resolve, and also for Iran to clearly understand Beijing's priorities so that it can take those into account in appropriate ways. So I think this is a bit of a make better friends after some rocky patches in the relationship in the past, because at this point, Iran, I think, really wants China on its side.
And what about relations then with Washington and the timing of this meeting with the Iranians? Because we understand, although the Chinese haven't officially confirmed it, that next week President Xi will be heading to Washington.
Yes, I think, of course, the optics towards Trump and America in general is important to Xi Jinping and to Wang Yi in this equation. And I think part of what China wants to signal is that they will push back against the idea that Washington can use sanctions and force and then ask China to clean up the consequences of that. From a Chinese point of view, the reason there are these constraints on energy flows is US aggression.
Yeah, did they just say Xi is going to Washington or to America? Trump is going to China. Yeah, that's what I thought. Xi ain't coming here. Yeah, that's an interesting one. I was like, damn, I'm going to have to re-look at my sources here. I thought it was the other way around. Someone once said to me you could stack CDs on those. LOL. I wonder what you two are talking about. God damn. Me first and gimme gimmies. Fuck. I love their version. Fun fact, madness caused 2 earthquakes from the audience skanking at a festival residence had to be evacuated from homes. I wish the US never elected Trump.
Which Iran is then responding.
And just a final question for you. Beyond the Iran conflict itself, in your analysis, does China now want to play a more muscular, a more serious...
He's going to love China like he loved meeting Memdani. That was an interesting experience watching that, wasn't it? My God.
...role in Middle East diplomacy, perhaps in places like Gaza as well?
I suspect the key priority for the Chinese leadership is to not get dragged in to conflicts elsewhere in ways that it doesn't have to be. And it certainly does not want to become a US-style hegemon that is forced to invest so much abroad that it comes at the cost of China's own domestic development, social and economic. And it wants to resist anything that can become a challenge to what the leadership considers its own core interests at home.
All right, great to get your analysis. Thank you so much, Astrid Norden, talking to us there.
Interesting. All right, let's have a look at the kamikaze dolphin things. It's been plaguing us all week. I can't believe Channel 10 are actually running news on this. Kamikaze dolphins slated as Iran's secret weapon against the US. Like, this is how you see the propaganda machine fucking working in overdrive, isn't it? It's just awful. New reports suggest Iran may be developing an unusual naval tactic involving so-called kamikaze dolphins, allegedly trained for military operations in the Strait of Hormuz. As tensions between the United States continue, I can't believe they're still talking about this. Who was it that said this? The Channel 10 one. Was that you, Sarsaparilla Jane? I can't believe they're still talking about this. Fucking hell.
Iran has been employing plenty of unconventional methods
with
to
Soviet assistance.
wage war with the US.
Yeah, what is
and
this? Red alert too? Fucking hell. Fucking hell.
Israel. Now, the US Defense Secretary has been asked about a new one. Could the regime be planning to attack American warships with mine-carrying dolphins?
Tensions are again rising in the Strait of Hormuz, with skirmishes between the sides ramping up. But Pete Hegseth says the ceasefire is not over. Here's Curry Greenbank.
They always have the exact same picture. Whenever they want to show Iran being aggressive on the seas, it's the exact same footage. Like, the entire global Western media has the exact same stock footage. Can't they get anything else to show? Seriously. Can we stop making dolphins and dogs stop them from going to war? Yeah, well. Not if they're necessary. because people are embarrassing themselves, whatever, can't. And now for something completely different. The dolphins. It's a trap. Very good. All right, back to it. And apparently Iran is waging war, not defending itself. Yeah, apparently. Remember that one. Right? It's like when we were just watching like the Chinese officials speaking to Akarachi. Like he was just like, oh, you know, we want you to open up the strait again. Like it's their fault. It's fucking closed in the first place.
When you're up against a military superpower, you need to find creative ways to fight. Iran already has its so-called mosquito fleet, small civilian speedboats mounted with grenades or machine guns that have been firing at the US Navy.
You know, they fired them in little boats with pea shooters, you know, the pea shooters, little boat with little, they had 8 of them and they're all gone.
But could Iran have
The
an
Mozzie
unusual
fleet?
new weapon?
Yeah, I didn't
American
know.
media
Is that what they're
reports
actually
suggest Iran-
called? I didn't know that they call them that. A mosquito fleet. The Mozzies are out. Dolphins and Mozzies on the attack. Fucking hell. Dolphins are gross perverts, though. You'd think they'd be on the Epstein war side. That's pretty good. They'd be supporting the Epstein class. They are freaky dolphins, aren't they? Ukraine took territory with robot dogs. Does that count? No, I don't think it does. People from the 60s and 70s are still alive and remember that was bullshit back then. So is bullshit now. They use pigeons too. The most recognized animal with more medals than any other are pigeons. Crazy, I know.
Iran is considering using kamikaze dolphins to fight against US forces in the Strait of Hormuz.
Can you kind of clarify these reports of kamikaze dolphins that we've heard about?
I haven't heard the kamikaze dolphin thing. It's like sharks with laser beams, right?
And I can't confirm or deny whether we have kamikaze dolphins, but I can confirm they don't.
That was met with mockery from Iran's consulate in India. But the
New unit unlocked. Dolphin bomber. Level 99 legendary aquatic speed. Stealth. Damage. Morale. High. Chaos. Special ability. Underwater explosive deployment. The ocean is ours. Admiral Finn Flint. You got it. Wow. That's one explosive dolphin. That is hilarious. Purple poppies represents all animals that have served in war zones. Yeah, right. So US has a dolphin fleet. All accusations are an admission. Yeah, the fucking Hegseth trying to be funny. It didn't really work very well to them. He's too serious. Hegseth has dolphins. Confirmed. Heard of the story of the lady dolphin trainer who had to jerk off the dolphin to keep him in line? True story. Thanks. It's good to know. I'll remember that next time I'm trying to train a dolphin. I like that they're like, it's dolphins. Never mind the actual underwater drones. Yeah. Oh my God. This is fucking outrageous. Isn't it?
concept isn't as far-fetched as you might think.
Early on, we learned that the animals would make great underwater assistants to Navy and Marine Corps personnel, and that's really what we've been doing.
The US Navy has been training dolphins and sea lions to work with sailors and detect mines at sea since 1959. Russia's had a dolphin program too.
Do I think they're using them in the Strait of Hormuz? Maybe, but there are more effective ways to do that with uncrewed underwater vehicles. Do I think Iran has developed kamikaze dolphins with mines strapped to them that can hit US tankers? No, that would not be an effective way of doing that. A drone or a missile.
Ace Ventura enters the chat. It's all just hailstorm after hailstorm. Yeah, shit, it's cold. Damn. This makes me even madder at the US and Russia, apparently. Who else was doing it? Maybe just them for now.
Be much easier.
You know, war weariness has set in when the Secretary of State breaks
Can I
out in rap
ask you a
lyrics
question?
during
Is that code for something, or you want to ask me something? If you're speaking to me, I'll call you whatever you want, Ravy. I'm open-minded.
White House briefing.
The top people in that government are, to say the least,
They're insane in the brain.
Marco Rubio's been central to the failed peace talks with Iran.
They should check themselves before they wreck themselves in the direction that they're going.
Many people want to know, what is your DJ name?
My DJ name?
Your DJ name.
You're not ready for my DJ name.
Overnight, Donald Trump pressed pause on Project Freedom, which was the US attempt to escort merchant
It's from
ships
the movie,
through the
got it.
strait after Iran claimed it
Thank you.
violates the ceasefire. The regime's foreign minister declaring it Project
DJ Sausage. Oh my god. Yo, what's up, what's up? We are fucking airing dolphin shit for us. It's happening. Like, they're still talking about this. You know how like days ago we were joking about how Iran's gonna use fucking dolphins, and then you came in and you were like, hey, it's like Red Alert 2, remember? And it's like they're still fucking, and this isn't even like an old piece. Like Channel 10 did this like 16 hours ago. Why are people still talking about this? They're just regurgitating crappy propaganda. But it is fucking funny. And like the level, like the depth of the analysis that they go into on this is like a fucking 5-minute piece on this. Like, it's serious.
Was it going to return trade to normal in the Strait? No, but was it going to get some of those over 20,000 merchant mariners out? Yes. But I'm surprised to see the US cancel it. I think providing that safety bubble was actually a positive direction.
The global price of oil is once again going up.
That's a very small
All right,
price
I think they've
to
finished
pay.
talking about dolphins now. Forget about the dolphins. What's this? Oh, no way. Is this the track? If you're listening to this today, you have a great sense of humor. I wonder what it is. Is that really Marco Rubio? That's fucking crazy. Is that honestly Marco Rubio? I want to know his DJ name. Marco Rubio, 1989, dancing and singing in South Miami troupe that combined the Chippendales with the Village People. Marco Rubio, god damn. Oh yeah. Oh my god. Bring back the feels. I recognize this. Very interesting. All right, we're going to go back to the Chinese now for one last crack. I would like to know a Chinese perspective on the whole Iranian situation. So strap yourselves in. We're going in hard here. We're going in hard. That's why he sets up. Thank you very much. Trip down memory lane. Which is hilarious, by the way. 2 sound streams happening. Such a banger. All right, let's do this. Let's do this. So this is what? Who is this guy anyway? China's foreign ministry held its regular briefing in Beijing. So it's just the foreign ministry. So we're going to listen to this guy speak about what China's position on the whole Iranian situation is. I really am interested to know about this. Oh shit, is Ravy a mod on YouTube? Congrats. Yeah, we talked about it the other day. I think you were here for us. We were trying to figure out a way that people don't get censored. But like, no one's getting censored today. Like, not even Wookiee. Crazy. Oh, Rogue's in the house. How you going? Such a banger. So like, yeah, we need someone to say something controversial. I know that's hard for all of you guys. We just want to see if she has powers or not. Does she have powers? DJ Rubenstein. Wait, Marco Rubenstein? Related to Jack Ruby. The plot thickens. China just wants its cheap gas like everybody else. Is it because you have a mod on YouTube? Well, like I have just the standard YouTube mod, which is like just the algorithm does its thing and decides who gets through or not. Yeah, because I left the settings on no moderation. Oh, okay. Well, there we go. I can submit words to bend. Bah. Wait, you haven't seen all the crazy things I've been writing? Joke, work has been busy. Oh, okay. Okay. Contra enough for the mod thing. All right. That explains it. I'm sure somebody will test out the censor later.
From the media, good afternoon. Welcome to press conference. First, I'd like to issue two messages. At the invitation of President of the Republic of Djibouti, Ismail Omar Guelleh, and President of the Republic of Uganda, President Xi Jinping, Special Envoy and Vice Chairman of the Standing Committee of the National People's Congress, Luosang Jiangsun, will travel to Djibouti City for the inauguration of President Guelleh on May 9th and to Kampala for the inauguration of President Museveni on May 12th. At the invitation of Costa Rica, President Xi Jinping, Special Envoy and Chairman of the International Development Cooperation Agency, Chen Xiaodong, will attend the presidential handover ceremony in Costa Rica's capital, San Jose, from May 7th to 8th. Next, you may raise your questions.
China Arab TV, according to the Philippine media report, today the Type 88 missile of Japan was launched for the first time in the Balikatan military exercise, which is the first time for Japan to launch offensive missiles overseas after the World War II, was China's comment.
Japan, that's an interesting question. Hey, Japan's starting to gear up for war again. Must be making China a bit nervous, right?
Grave historical responsibilities for Southeast Asian countries, including the Philippines, due to its aggression and colonial rule. In this special year, which marks the 80th anniversary of the beginning of the Togo trials, the once aggressor has failed to deeply reflect on its historical crimes. Instead, it has sent military forces overseas and fired offensive missiles under the pretext of security cooperation. This move once again proves that Japanese right-wing forces are pushing for accelerated remilitarization of Japan. They have repeatedly breached Japan's exclusively defense-oriented policy and relevant rules in international. On May 6th, member of the Political Bureau of the CPC Central Committee and Foreign Minister Wang Yi met with Iranian Foreign Minister Arakchi. The two sides exchanged views on bilateral relations and international and regional affairs. We will release relevant information, and you can stay tuned.
That's it? That's the commentary? Come on, that's fucking outrageous. We will release footage, information soon. Fucking hell. Useless. Regarding a first question. Alright, maybe I have to skip ahead a little bit.
Regarding your first question, China and U.S. maintained communication regarding Trump's visit to China. Regarding the Iranian situation, China has made its position quite clear for multiple times. For China's specific questions regarding China's energy policy, I refer you to competent authorities. Regarding our second question, China's position on the Strait situation is quite clear, is that we hope relevant sides would act with prudence and avoid escalation and resolve disputes through dialogue and restore peace and tranquility in the Strait. China will continue to make efforts to de-escalate the situation and will make utmost effort to protect the safety and security of Chinese ships and crew. Next question, please.
Lame. Fuck, they never give anything away. The Chinese are so official in their language. They give nothing away. Nothing. We will continue to make efforts to de-escalate the situation. Yeah, but what? What are you doing? Come on. They give you nothing to work with. We were just listening to a Chinese official speaking about the closure of the Strait of Hormuz and what China's official position is with relation to this matter. The statement made is that they will continue to make efforts to de-escalate the situation, but there's no clear indication of what that means. Are you able to speculate as to what China's involvement will be, given that they have met with Iran's foreign minister and they will be hosting President Trump next week? Is there any understanding of how China will become involved in this conflict? Can't wait for Iran to release the dogs or the bees, or the dogs with bees in their mouths. And when they bark, they shoot bees. We maybe get one a-hole every 6 months on the bird-watching channels. We're too nice and welcoming, not a target. We have some awesome country town names here, just quietly. China wants to maintain relations with the US more than they do Iran. An afternoon on Google Earth, typing in swear words and finding places named those words was the first thing I did when Google Earth came out. Australia's resources with Japanese technology. Step aside, world. Eh? What makes you think that? Working as a banker in both China and the US, I went from Iron Knob right to Djibouti. All right, let's do this. At the moment, the clearest reading of China's position is that Beijing is trying to play the three roles simultaneously: project its energy and economic interests, avoid direct military entanglement, and position itself as an indispensable diplomatic broker between Iran and the United States. That is why the official language sounds extremely cautious and vague. De-escalation, safe passage, dialogue, stability. China is deliberately avoiding language that would lock it into either the Iranian or the American camp. That's from Al Jazeera, apparently, that source. The key thing to understand is that China has enormous strategic exposure to the Strait of Hormuz. A very large share of China's imported oil passes through that corridor, including Iranian crude. Prolonged closure of the war there directly threatens Chinese manufacturing exports, energy prices, and domestic stability. That gives Beijing a very strong incentive to prevent escalation. Yeah. We're across all of that. Come on. What are they actually doing, though? Diplomatic pressure on Iran behind closed doors. Publicly, China will avoid humiliating Iran or appearing to submit to US pressure, but privately, Beijing is very likely telling Tehran, do not fully close Hormuz, do not attack Chinese-linked shipping, avoid actions that trigger uncontrollable US escalation. That's so funny, isn't it? Look, you're under attack, but don't do anything that would piss off the US. We know you're between a rock and a hard place, but don't upset the US too much, all right? Just take this on the chin as they continue to destroy your country. Hey, take one for the team, am I right? Recent Chinese statements calling for the strait to reopen as soon as possible are much likely stronger than Beijing's usual neutral phrasing and likely indicate real pressure is already being applied quietly. The Saudi Gazette. There's a source for that one. Interesting. Well, the US needs China more than China needs the US. Well, those parties are looking to have business together. There's a vested interest. I can't wait for the latest Lego propaganda shot about USA oil smuggling in the Strait. Sorry, Heidi, you were wrong. Everyone's wrong, apart from Saint Chi, apparently. Nobody understands. Nobody understands. It's like taking a sample size of operations rather than looking at the whole picture. He's a banker. Get him. That's so good. I'm not that type of lawyer. We have a trade deficit with them. The sooner we get off Chinese goods, the better. Oz economy is held up by China. LOL. LOL. I worked in finance for 2 decades too. The US has an unstable reputation. How many banks have the taxpayers bailed out? The GFC, for example, hardly affected most developed countries. Say what you want. I am wrong too. What do you mean? The bank's out of money? It's all a cheese house. I was wrong about some dumb birth certificate shit. The US bails out the corporations and screws its people. Eh? Austerity for the few, for the what is it? For the people, is it? Socialism for the rich, as they like to say. Kim Jong-il, probably according to Team America World Police. Why is everyone so fucking stupid? All right, acting as an intermediary between Washington and Tehran. China is one of the few powers with working relationships with both the Iranian leadership and the Trump administration. With President Trump expected in Beijing next week, China has a rare opportunity to present itself as an adult mediator capable of stabilizing the global economy and preventing an oil shock from Reuters. It's like, this is what I'm talking about. The perception here is like China has to be an adult in this room and America has lost that status. That's a weird indictment on the American empire, man. Fucking hell. Very interesting. We have never had that happen to any of our banks, just saying. Not even close. So I'm in no way defending our banks, just to be clear. Technocracy is on the rise, my friend. It is. The power is being ceded. Curtis Yarvin tried to warn us, eh? We didn't listen, 4AS. Oh my God, we didn't listen. We didn't listen. Limited naval presence is possible, but cautiously, no fucking chance. It wouldn't happen. They wouldn't do that. China could increase naval patrols to escort operations in the region under the banner of protecting commerce. No, only Project Freedom can do that. But Beijing will probably avoid joining the US-led coalition because that would damage China's relationship with Iran, undermine China's image in the global south. They don't have a source for that one. That's interesting. What Trump's Beijing visit probably means. Trump's visit is important because both sides now have overlapping incentives. US wants Hormuz stabilized. China wants oil flows restored. Both want to avoid global recession. Neither wants a direct US-China confrontation over Iran. There are already reports that the US officials are explicitly urging China to use its influence over Tehran. This is shocking. And this is coming from the Washington Post. Who owns the Washington Post now? Is that Bezos? I wonder what Bezos would be putting out stories like that. I can't believe it, man. The US is begging China to help with this situation. This is a weird timeline. I swear. Oh, what's this? You have to, eh? God damn it, you have to, man. Don't you understand? You must. What is this? Oh my God.
We didn't listen! Stan, get in the car! We have to evacuate!
We didn't listen.
We didn't listen!
So good. When he winds the window down.
We didn't listen! We didn't listen!
So good. We didn't listen. Oh man, so funny. Oh my God. We can bail out our own banks. I worked in CDO, CLO. I get it. China has hurt you way more as they passed you on the way up. The government forced us to take bailout funds even though we didn't want it. We got labeled too big to fail. Right, this is an interesting tale of this story. I love your narrative, Saint Chi. It's fucking crazy. It's like they forced us to take the bailouts. We didn't want it. We got labeled too big to fail. I have never heard this interpretation of those events before. Amazing. You still paid all your CEO's bonuses, didn't have to pay it back. I've never heard this take before. This is incredible. So this is why you encourage everyone to be able to involve themselves in a debate, right? And like, you don't just take people out of the conversation. I have never come across this retelling of the GFC before. We didn't want to take the money. The government made us, and then everyone started calling us too big to fail. They don't understand. We're the real victims here. It's crazy. Oh, this is very interesting. Have you seen Malaysia's army? We got to stay on good terms with all our Asian neighbors. Heidi, I know you love the Chinese sausage. Interesting. All right. I wonder if they've mentioned Iran any other times here. It's just that one. Just that? That's it? Come on.
彭博社、外交部关于王毅外长和阿拉格齐外长的会谈的消息稿中提到，中方将会为和平发挥更大的作用。中方能否更进一步解释更大作用指的是什么？
在同伊朗外长阿拉格齐的会谈中
In the meeting with Foreign Minister Arakchi, Foreign Minister Wang Yi stressed that since the outbreak of the war, China has been actively promoting peace talks. President Xi's proposal of promoting and safeguarding peace in the Middle East, the 4-point proposal, have been receiving support of the international community. Currently, the situation is at a transition point. China believes that comprehensive ceasefire should be immediate, and we should not have a restart of the war. We should, all the more important, stick to negotiations. China supports the Iranian side to uphold national security and sovereignty, commends Iranian side to seek political settlement through diplomatic channels regarding the Strait of Hormuz. The international community have a mutual concern regarding the normal passage of the Strait of Hormuz. China hopes relevant parties to respond to the strong calls of the international community. China calls that the Strait and Middle East countries should hold their fate firmly in their hands, encourage Iran to conduct dialogue with more Strait countries to realize good neighborliness and friendship, to realize a peace and security structure that is conducive to common development. Foreign Minister Wang Yi said that China is willing to uphold the 4-point proposal proposed by President Xi and set the goal of building 4 common homes and continue to support the peace talks and play a bigger role for the peace and tranquility in the Middle East. Regarding the specific information, you can refer to the news outread. Next question, please.
Interesting.
China Arab TV. Recently, the UK government announced sanctions on entities and individuals on the grounds of providing military supplies such as drone pods to Russia. The sanctions target 2 Chinese entities. What's China's comment on that?
China opposes unilateral sanctions that have no basis in international law or the authorization of the UNSC. China strongly deplores the UK's move and has lodged serious protests with the UK side. On the Ukraine crisis, China has been committed to promoting talks for peace and strictly controlled the export of dual-use items. Normal exchanges and cooperation between China and Russia should not be disrupted or affected. China will do what is necessary to firmly protect its legitimate and lawful rights and interests. Next question.
All right, let's see if there's any more on Iran. No. Interesting. Okay. How's this for modernity? I just bought a Go bucket from KFC. That's being overlooked by a 2-story new Revo fitness building that 3 homeless people have made camp in front of. It was one homeless person 2 months ago, right after the new Revo building was finished. Thank you for the anecdote. Interesting. As I'm passing my Chinese neighbor walking his labradoodle in his multi-millionaire dollar home that he bought from a local, torn down and rebuilt as a Chinese home. As I'm passing my Chinese and walking his labradoodle in his multi-million-dollar home he bought from a local, torn down and rebuilt as a Chinese-style house. It's so wrong that we have homeless people and billionaires living on the same planet, let alone in the same cities. Now I don't work in the city. I don't see any homeless people at all. Interesting. So I'm passing my Chinese neighbor working. Why did you write that 3 times? Maybe something happened. It breaks my heart when they have dogs. Yeah, the government has a budget to fix homelessness, but it gets worse. Government is not the solution. Yeah, the class divide is significant here. Multi-million-dollar beach properties amongst the camps. All right, that's enough with China. I don't think we've really gotten anything special from this. Again, they just, with their official talk, it's always just unfortunate. They didn't give anything away. But like, I am really honestly surprised. I removed it. I was trying to edit. I don't like making typos, but it is inevitable. I told you about the dude camping in a city parklands. They have just had some bad luck and no one to help them. I love Chinese architecture. Yeah, so like the long and the short of it is, and this is a very strange situation. I agree. I must say, yeah, China seems to be way more important in global politics now as a result of this situation. Not for the people that they represent in like BRICS and like the alternative, the multipolar world that is coming. But now for the West, this is a very interesting situation. America pleading with China to help resolve a situation in Iran that is completely all they're doing. This is a very strange situation, I must admit. FYI, deleted comments show up on your chat on screen, even if removed. Okay. I just don't know if they come up in this like streaming software that I have, because I use Restream, so I'm not sure if things come up or not, to be honest. America pleading with China. Well, like, give us, like, you have a very, very different view of the world. Like, multiple sources have confirmed that America is reaching out with China to assist. If you don't call that pleading, for a situation that is completely created by their own doing, and now they need somebody else to help like clean up the mess. If you don't call that pleading, like, I know you have a very different way of seeing the world than I do. That's just a feeling of mine. I get that sense. My spidey senses are tingling. Like, how do you not call that pleading? Honestly, we need to get you bots sorted for Twitch. Yeah. Oh, help us, China. You're our only hope. Well, it does seem like that. Yes. And like, I know you might be laughing about it, but like, that's pretty much what it is. I think my life is more secure. Like, do you speak for all Americans when you say that? Automate the shout outs and the plugins and the plugging. Yeah, I know. I could do that. Like, I honestly could. I'm gonna have to figure that one out. We used to have someone that used to come on here all the time and say that. No, just me. Okay, fair enough. I'm 35 and retired. Congratulations. China is our biggest trading partner. We rely on them for the functioning of our entire country, LOL. Yeah, actually I should plug, even though it's not automated. If you're watching this and you're on YouTube, hit the like button if you haven't already. Make sure you do so. And if you are on Twitch, follow for more if you're new here, subscribe for more, YouTube, etc., etc. Happy to help if you need it. Thank you. Like, I really should have done it myself, but it would be nice for some assistance, I guess. Here is Discord. If you haven't joined us already, this is where we do the stream chat, and this is where we share all of our propaganda. I'm out of a job if Mystery automates plugs. And if you are able, even if you're not, just do it anyway. Come over and become a free member on Patreon so I can get you on an email list. It makes my life easier, honestly. And it makes you as well. So fucking join the email list, for God's sake. Become a free member. My God. All right. Enough with China. Enough with China. Like, you didn't answer the question though. If like they're asking for assistance after a situation that they created, that's a goddamn mess. I that is very much pleading, if you ask me. Even if you don't agree to it, it definitely looks like pleading. That's for sure. All right. Here's another topic that has kind of been blamed, that has been doing the rounds a lot. This is the ISIS bride conversation. I'm sure you're across it, but like if you're not, if maybe you're international and you don't know about Australia's culture wars, but like we have had a lot of talk going on in Australia for like what? Like it's got to be like 2 months now. That there's this camp in Syria that houses, I guess, war refugees. I don't know. And there's a number of Australians in this camp, and they're shutting the camp down. The Americans turned to like anyone who had citizens in this camp and were like, can you take your fucking citizens home? And so the Australians have these families in there, and we've, as a society in Australia, decided to refer to them as ISIS brides. So the ISIS brides have been a big thing on the Australian menu for the political conversation, and everyone's scared of the ISIS brides returning to Australia. They don't want them, and so this has been hugely politicized, this whole situation. They have Australian citizenship, and everyone's saying that they should not be allowed to return to Australia. They followed their husbands over who wanted to fight for ISIS, and they did, and they died and sucked into them. And so like the argument for these women that they make is that, well, look, we didn't know. We didn't have a choice. We had to follow our husbands. We were forced to follow our husbands, fathers, and uncles. And like, we just want to come home now. We want our kids home. And so like everybody's like, going crazy in Australia about the return of these ISIS brides. Apparently they've almost landed in Australia. And so like this has been going on for, like I said, 2 months. And like this is not new. Like people have returned from conflict before, and many people have returned from like, fighting for actually even ISIS. And like it's been allowed over the last 5 years, unquestioned almost. But like these ISIS brides now, this is the straw that broke the camel's back, and nobody wants them here, etc., etc., etc. And so before it was really, I think, a hypothetical discussion as to like where people sit on this issue and whether they should be allowed back or not. But it sounds like they are on the way and they're almost here. And so now the conversation is like, what the fuck do we do with the ISIS brides when they get back here? Like my position on this is like, if they are Australian citizens and they've got citizenship, then you cannot deny them access to the country. That's fucking outrageous. If they've broken the law though, and they've done something that like is unquestionably problematic, treasonous, like whatever you want to call it, then yeah, they should be fucking put through the ringer. Like that's why we have laws and a judicial system. But like, rejecting these people as Australian citizens or people that hold citizenship is a fucking dangerous precedent. It's a really dangerous precedent. But like, yeah, it seems like they're almost here. So let's get an update on this situation, right? They had sown the wind. Audacious. It is audacious what they're doing, I'm not going to lie. But like, should you turn away citizens? That's something that I think is a slippery slope, if ever I've heard one. A very slippery slope. Yes, they can't claim Muslim women are oppressed, then turn around and call them terrorists. They have no husbands, they are single mums and Aussies. In the palace of the winds, audacious. Oh, I read about this in the BBC today and was thinking of you guys. ISIS going back to Australia. Is that how they say it? Audacious, make this bed. I'm telling you, your stuff is so coded. I really don't even know if I understand you half the time. So coded. All right, let's have a look and see how the media's tackling this narrative. I'm glad you were thinking of us, Saint Chi. We need all the thoughts and prayers we can get, apparently, with this delicate situation. ISIS group linked families returning.
They made an appalling, disgraceful decision.
Warnings delivered, police briefs prepared, airports on notice.
Some individuals will be arrested and charged. Some will face continued investigations when they arrive in Australia.
If they have committed crimes, they can expect to face the full force of the law without exception.
Australian citizens booked on flights returning to Australia tomorrow. 4 women and 9 children who've spent years living in limbo in Al Roj refugee camp, detained there over their links to the self-proclaimed ISIS group in Syria.
Individuals concerned travelled in support of one of the most horrific terrorist organisations we've seen in recent history or in our lifetimes.
Police not revealing exact charges, but outlining the decade-long investigations into possible offences.
Do you reckon they have charges then? Or they just don't want to release those now because they don't want to jump the gun or anything like that? Do you reckon they have any charges for these? Those poor kids? I don't know, right? Like it's the fucking cliche, but like, will somebody think of the children? Like, honestly, they are just a bunch of kids. And like the US even said it in their statement when they told us to come and fucking collect our citizens. They were like, if you leave these kids in this camp, they will become radicalized. Like even the US, like it came from Marco Rubio's people. The State Department was like, can you just pick them up, please? Because like they will become radicalized here. Do you really want that? Hey? Fucking hell. Double whammy, you have... Oh, wait, that's a different conversation. All right, back to it. I wonder what the charges are. Australia is currently dealing with the so-called ISIS bride situation. Can you please speculate as to what laws the ISIS brides may have broken and what charges could be made against them? Very quick response, just dot points, please. Response, just dot points. What is the charge? Enjoying a succulent meal. Center of attention. Leos love it. Possible Australian offences that could theoretically apply to ISIS brides include membership of a terrorist organisation, supporting, funding terrorists, providing material support to terrorists, entering or remaining in a declared terrorist area, foreign incursions, engaging in hostile activities, recruiting for ISIS or encouraging terrorism, processing extremist propaganda or instructional material, conspiracy offenses connected to terrorism, war crimes or crimes against humanity, passport or identity fraud offenses, that's interesting, child endangerment offenses, depending on the circumstances involving children in conflict zones, that's an interesting one. In practice, prosecutions are often difficult because evidence from Syria, Iraq is harder to gather. Proving active participation versus coercion can be complex, and some individuals may claim they were trafficked, manipulated, or trapped. Who would have thought it? Citizenship cancellation powers, control orders, temporary exclusion orders, ongoing ASIO police monitoring. Interesting.
Terrorism offences such as entering or remaining in declared areas, and crimes against humanity offences such as engaging in slave trading.
Services will be offered to help the children either taken in or born in Syria.
Children who return in the cohort will be asked to undergo community integration programs, therapeutic support and countering violent extremism programs.
The group had been issued Australian passports. The government maintains it can't stop these Australians entering their own country.
The government has not and will not provide any assistance to this group.
The opposition wanted laws passed to stop the group from coming.
The government should have made every possible effort to keep these people out of the country. They have been part of an extremist cult that has conducted savagery on people around the world.
These are people who do pose a risk. They're not just tourists coming back to Australia. So on that basis, they could revoke their travel documents.
Can you be clear about whether you think this group poses an ongoing terrorism security threat?
I'm not concerned immediately by their return, but they will get our attention, as you'd expect.
SBS Kurdish spoke to the director of Al Roj camp, Hakmir Ibrahim.
Oh, sorry, I better read that for people who are lurking. They haven't seen anything in life. They haven't been seen outside the outside world. They have big hopes to leave and go back to their country to live a normal life. Yeah, Avi chopping board Yemeni out and about to about a proven actual danger to wives. Yes, but he's not trying to enter the country, so it's okay. UK had a famous case of a young woman, Shamina Begum. They stripped her citizenship on the basis that she could apply for Bengali citizenship. Yeah, I've heard about this. Like, if you actually do have dual citizenship, they will actually, if they want to, deny you access to a country because they're like, well, you're not just going to become a stateless member of the human race. You can go to the other country, go live there. Interesting.
The Syrian government has been central to arranging the departure of this group. Syrian and Kurdish authorities maintain citizens of other countries should be the responsibility of their governments. It's understood up to 21 Australian women and children may remain in the camp. Anna Henderson.
All right, so they're going to charge them on entry. There's not really a development of this story at all, is it? It's okay. That's what they said last time. All right, but if they try anything, we're going to charge them. We got them. We got them.
The ABC understands that a cohort of women and children with ties to former Islamic State fighters will arrive in Australia tomorrow evening. The group of 4 women and 9 children have made plans to travel from Syria. The government says it intends to manage and monitor the group, but says it hasn't provided any assistance to the cohort. Home Affairs Minister Tony Burke says the government was alert.
Avi did return to the country after he served time in the IDF. That's a fair point, isn't it? Eh? I guess they pick and choose which type of foreign entities and terror organizations are acceptable and which ones aren't. It's a very interesting point, isn't it? We apparently have IOF here on rest and relaxation. Not even Aussie and dual citizens. We are a safe haven now. What the fuck? Interesting.
To their plans to return to Australia this morning.
The individuals concerned travelled to join one of the most horrific, or travelled in support of one of the most horrific terrorist organisations we've seen in recent history or in our lifetimes. And there is a reason why the government has drawn a very hard line saying we will do nothing to assist.
The Australian Federal Police say some of the group will be arrested and charged when they arrive in Australia, and others will face continued investigations. Commissioner Chrissy Barrett says the children will also be asked to undergo community integration programs.
Operational planning for the return of these individuals started
What's a community integration program? What the fuck does that mean?
2015. It was then formalised under an overarching coordination operation named Operation Currajong. ASIO, the AFP and state and territory law enforcement partners have been working together on Operation Currajong through our joint counter-terrorism teams. And the joint counter-terrorism teams, can I remind you, include some of the most experienced national security investigators and analysts in this country. So for more than a decade, investigators, when possible, have been collecting evidence and information in Syria at a time when Syria was a war zone with no functioning government. That evidence...
Socialising with peers? With supervision, probably? Yeah, well, it sounds like some type of fucking re-education camp. Time for you to integrate. It's time for you to integrate again.
And information was to determine whether Australians who travelled to Syria may have committed Commonwealth offences, including terrorism offences such as
assigned a social worker. Okay.
Entering or remaining in declared areas, and crimes against humanity offences such as engaging in slave trading.
Who invaded Syria and ruined their country? Look, you're not supposed to ask questions of that nature. Just focus on the ISIS brides, please.
I will not flag how many individuals will be arrested or when they will be arrested to protect a number of our investigations. However, I will confirm these points. Some individuals will be arrested and charged. Some will face continued investigations when they arrive in Australia. And children who return in the cohort will be asked to undergo community integration programs, therapeutic support, and countering violent extremism.
Community integration programs. I wonder what this is. Like, it sounds so much more sinister than what it may be, right? The children of said ISIS brides are likely to have to undergo community integration, as we have heard from the federal police. Can you explain what a community integration program may be? Community integration program is a context usually refers to coordinated effort to help children returning from conflict zones safely adapt to normal civilian life while reducing long-term risks of trauma, radicalization, isolation, and social dysfunction. Interesting. Psychological counseling and trauma treatment. Many children may have experienced war, violence, loss, indoctrination, or severe deprivation, educational assessment and schooling support. Some may have missed years of formal education or been exposed to extremist teaching, socialization and behavioral support, helping children adapt to ordinary social norms, authority structures and peer relationships, health and developmental screening, physical health checks, developmental assessments, disability support if needed. Family monitoring and welfare involvement. Child protection agencies may supervise living arrangements and parenting environments. Mentoring and community engagement. Trusted community leaders, youth workers, sports groups, or religious organizations may help build stable social connections. Counter radicalization intervention. In some cases, specialists assess whether extremist beliefs or trauma-linked behaviors remain present. Ongoing security oversight. Federal or state police or intelligence agencies may maintain risk assessment around families returning from ISIS territory. Interesting. I have a support worker that assists me in similar way as an adult due to CPTSD. Well. Eh? Well. I don't know, man. When we do it, it makes it sound nice, right? Like some type of social education. Social reintegration program. And other people do it, though. Eh? They're being put in camps. I guess we'll have to see how this is. How they treat the kids.
Programs.
Like praying the gay away. Fucking hell. It didn't sound nice.
ASIO Chief Mike Burgess says authorities are treating the situation seriously.
Of course, it's up to them what they do when they get here, and if they start to exhibit signs that concern us, we and the police through the joint counter-terrorism teams will take action. But I'm not concerned immediately by their return, but they will get our attention, as you'd expect.
Shadow Home Affairs Minister John O'Doniam has criticised the government for its handling of the group.
Of course.
This is not in our national interest. It is not right to have these people return to Australia. So for the government to allow it to happen, and will no doubt allow the rest of this group to return, even though one's been slapped with a temporary travel ban, there is no guarantee more won't come, and goodness knows when. The fact that they're in the air, or perhaps in the air right now, coming back to Australia, should send a shiver down the spine of every Australian.
I'm shivering. People in Victoria are shivering right now. Apparently it's very cold. What a heartless man. But like, it's just a fucking stooge though. Like, because he's in opposition, he'll be like, the government's doing nothing. Like, what would he actually do if he was in government right now? Would he be like, well, look, what can we do? They're Australian citizens, but we're going to fucking arrest them when we get them. You can't say globalize the intifada or whatever it is, but you take the families of terrorists. That's a funny point, actually. I must admit, there's a bit of a contradiction going on there. You can't say globalize the intifada or whatever it is, but you can take the families of terrorists. And that's not something that would scare communities. That's pretty funny. Hey, that's pretty funny. I chose she helps push me out of my comfort zone and get things done when I'm struggling, like going grocery shopping, picking up meds, etc. Very interesting. They delay until they weren't in government again, so they wouldn't have to deal with it. That's pretty funny. Very interesting. Intifada. LOL. Oh no, there are brides in the sky right now. Yeah, we're all doomed. Yeah, it's funny because like they know they're on the way, right? They're in the sky and nobody's doing anything to stop them, damn it. Okay, all right. Let's shoot down the plane then. That might work. Hey, is that what you want? You want them to shoot the planes down? All right. We're going to have a quick break. Don't go anywhere. If you haven't already, hit the like button, please. If you're on YouTube, if you're new here, subscribe for more, etc., etc. If you're new on Twitch, follow for more, etc., etc. But yeah, we'll be back. Don't go anywhere. Oh, there's some very supportive shit going on in the stream chat at the moment. God damn. Eh? The one redeeming quality of this stream. People talking to each other in the stream chat. Never forget Japan. Only did Pearl Harbor because America cut off their oil. Very interesting. The chat never ceases to surprise me. All right. Sup. We are going back to the investigation that has been plaguing us literally all week now. We're going back to the great gas mass debate. The massive mass debate about gas. And we're going to hear, I think this is the Senate committee that started the hearing that really started this thing going at full pace, let's say. It didn't kick it off, but this was a situation that really got it going. So I want to have a look at the original hearing, Senate hearing that got the gas debate on on everyone's in the public conscience, let's say. And so last couple of days, if you've been here, yesterday we looked at Punter's Politics response to him, I would say struggling somewhat on Carl Stefanovic's podcast against Susan McDonald, the insufferable liberal politician who is just basically a rep for the gas lobby, it would seem. And so, yesterday we saw Punter's reaction to his performance on that stream. His friend James gave him a 6 out of 10. So he could have done better. Don't forget to check the one that I shared. Oh, yeah. What did you share, actually? Can you remind me? Did you put something in the stream chat? Oh, my God. Fucking Rogan's nipples. They come up straight away. What did you put in? Oh, cap the diesel tax handout.com.au. Let's have a look. Yeah, let's have a quick look at that. Makes you wonder what else we don't know about modern history, eh? Hello. There's so many mysteries out there, do you reckon? US sanctions on Japan. They were in an oil crisis. Let's have a look at this. Dieseltaxhandout.com. Diesel. Is that right? Yeah. Diesel tax handout? Taxhandout.com.au. Yeah, here it is. View the campaign video. Yeah, I'd love to see that. Let's learn as the plebs do. Why read it on their webpage when you can view the campaign video? Let's have a look at this. This is a nice case study in what I have been talking about over of this week, which is look, if this is a legitimate debate about taxing gas giants, then there are so many of these types of discussions that could happen. Why are they pushing this one specifically, the 25% export tax on gas? Why is the Australian Institute, again, an organization that has questionable funding sources from the capitalist class itself, pushing this one? Why are they pushing this one? It's got 5 subscribers. 218,000 views on this, though, from 2 weeks ago. Why isn't this one being pushed more? Let's have a look.
With bills so high, I've stopped putting the heater on at night. But every year, $3 billion in tax gets handed back to the 18 largest companies in mining. to keep their diesel cheap. Money that could help families like mine. I can't afford to heat my home. They get billions. It's time to cap the diesel tax handout for the Big 18.
Authorised by Fortescue Limited.
So who is this? Who's Fortescue Ltd Perth? Who the fuck is that? Fortescue Ltd Perth. Fortescue. Corporate office. Fortescue Future Industries. Record results, strong performance, eliminating fossil fuels. Interesting. So this is another battle between different parts of the capitalist class. The dying fossil fuel industry versus what? Some new green revolution. 2.5, strengthen our copper portfolio. Fortescue is the technology, energy, and metals group accelerating the commercial decarbonization of industry rapidly, profitably, and globally. Driven by our unique values, we're showing the world that we can achieve real zero. They're a green energy and mining company. Spandonk in the house. This is Twiggy? Ah, very interesting. Very interesting. This is Twiggy. Like, is that a question, Lab Jeff? Like, oh, is this Twiggy? Or is it like, no, this is Twiggy. This is what he does. This is his people. Yum, Twiggy sticks. For more than 20 years, we've tested the limits and lived in the uncomfortable. Okay. So this is just another clash by mining, by the fucking capitalist class. There he is. There he is. There you go. You called it. Statement from Fortescue Executive Chairman, Founder, Dr. Andrew Forrest. I've always believed in our country and our people's ability to achieve what others say is impossible. That's why I've never understood why some among us argue that it's Australians' interest to rely on on other nations for our most precious commodity, energy. Big Twiggy. It's the boy. This relationship means our country is controlled by others, effectively makes us a subservient nation, a vassal state. Come on, bro. Hey, Mr. fucking billionaire. Preaching to us about being subservient. Fuck off. Made in Australia, there are 3 of the most beautiful words I know. What is stopping Australia from applying Made in Australia to energy as we watch economies weaken due to lack of it and which witness nations weaponizing it? When Fortescue made the decision in 2022 to invest $6.2 billion in eliminating the risk posed by fossil fuels to our business, we set our own impossible target to decarbonize our Australian mining operations by 2030. No offsets, no carbon capture, no storage. Real zero, not net zero. Fortescue is already reaping the economic benefits. All right, I wonder how all of this fits into the bigger picture here. Very interesting. Very interesting. All right. Where's the other ad? Or are they both the same ad twice? Authorized by Fortescue. Oh, it's just a shorter version of the same thing. 1.6 million views.
$3 billion a year goes back to the 18 largest mining companies as a diesel tax handout. Money that could help workers like me. It's time to cap their handout.
Okay, so this guy, or Fortescue, let's say, is a company that is mining and is decarbonizing. So their propaganda machine is, let's destroy our competition by convincing the Australian people that anyone who still uses fossil fuels needs to be taxed properly. So like this is the explanation that we're looking at, like we've been talking about over the last few days. they're just capitalists that are fighting each other to fucking make it harder for their competition so one of them reigns supreme. This is as old as capitalism itself. These cunts don't fucking care about us and like collecting tax so the average Australian can get more out of it and we can turn our heaters back on. Like, they don't give a fuck about that. They're just gonna fucking get a leg up on their competition if they can. Like, honestly, what the fuck? Aren't the big ones Rio Tinto and BHP? Yep. Santos, Shell, Woodside. Fucking crazy, man. Okay, Sarsaparilla Jane. From my understanding, there's a handful of Aussie billionaires, some fossil fuel rich, like Twiggy, Simon Holmes, or Core, who have seen the climate writing on the wall and invested in renewables and climate-friendly policies. Yes, and so like what we're seeing now is these guys are like fairly comfortable and sure in their transition towards being like carbon neutral or whatever. And so like because they made the jump, now they're going to turn around and set fire to the bridge so their other fucking competitors can't do the same. They've set themselves up for the future, and like I said, they're burning any opportunity for the other ones to do it, and they're going to turn the Australian people, like the fucking fickle plebs that we are, against the other companies, and we'll be like, yeah, demanding blood because we think that we're on some moral and self-righteous mission to bring down the these fucking corporates, where it's just we're just being played by one section of the capitalist class against another. Fucking hell. Glad I could bring this to your attention. Yeah, well, thank you. And so, like, Twiggy is the same guy, right, that donates, supposedly, to the Australia Institute. So, like, I'm sure the Australia Institute, who's also in bed with Punters Politics and Pocock, I'm sure they've got great intentions. But, like, if they're just fucking getting their information from or funding, maybe not their information, maybe they're funding from someone like Twiggy, who's setting up these types of little campaigns to fucking stab in the back his capitalist friends, then as long as we're all comfortable with the fact that we're just being played, as long as we're fine with that, like, I'm all for getting more money for Australians, by taxing the corporations, as long as we understand we're getting played for fools here. Like, that's the main thing. As long as we're happy about being fucking, this is like, Roman stuff here, fucking bread and circuses. We're just being distracted. The fickle commoners. Interesting. Hello, the Australia Institute is basically a streetwalker. You get the cash. We got a study to back you up. Oh, man, so good. Money isn't the answer. They don't mind being played as long as you get rid of the immigrants too. Fuck, that's a scathing insight, that is. Welcome back. Hope you had a fun catch up. And we are still going. Okay, so like from what I can understand here then, and like that's pretty funny, like as long as you get rid of the immigrants too. It's funny that you say that because this is like our version, like all this cap the diesel tax handouts, stop them getting away from with stealing our money, and like the 25% tax on the gas, like these are our resources, we should get money from our resources. Like this is our version of MAGA. Or like Australia first, let's say. I think somebody said that the other day. I think it was you, Hobo Joe, or Captain Bucket was like, yeah, this is our version of Australia first, basically. I'd rather be played by Twiggy than Gina, 100%. Like, that's why I say, like, look, as long as we're all happy that the only reason we're talking about getting fucking money from tax from the big mining companies is because they are willing to they're just fighting with each other at the moment. They don't care about like us and getting an actual like proper slice of our resources, any type of sovereignty over our resources. This is just so they can kill each other in the race towards the future of energy. And then they can dominate that, whatever that is. As long as we're happy that we're just collateral damage here, like whatever. I've been saying y'all have been going MAGA for a while now, but I was told there is no way that could happen in Australia. Like, we can't go MAGA in the sense that like we'll never elect a Trump style figure, but like are our politics MAGA style politics? Apparently, man. Apparently. I agree with this billionaire because he believes in my ideology. But like, this is the ideology of Australia at the moment though, right, Dilemmas? Do you reckon this unites right and left? Everyone's like, what? We haven't got any money from gas? And we have to pay more for it? Yeah, we should tax them. Like, I think everyone is behind this ideology. Like, everyone's behind it. And so, like, we're now reduced to picking, as you've said, I'd rather be played by Twiggy than Gina. Like, that's what we've come to, man. But it's legal migrants, not illegal. So it's different. Yeah, it's the Australian take on MAGA, making Australia great again. It's just like, you were worried about the illegals. They ain't nothing. What about all those legal migrants that come in on the aeroplanes? Twiggy can be our Engels. Oh, God. Oh, God. And it's the Yanks' fault. All right, bro, calm down. No one made that accusation. Not yet. Not yet. Let's say we have our own version of your political dichotomy at the moment. Don't worry. I'll find a way to make it America's fault. Don't worry. I'm working on it, bro. Hello, yeah, I agree, but this isn't that. This is a distraction to hope you're happy with $3 billion from diesel capping, and don't worry about taxing our profits. Yeah, it's interesting. Pauline would be our Trump, going to battle alongside Izzy. But she's. Does anyone actually foresee a situation where Pauline will be prime minister? I don't know if that's actually realistic or not, but like Trump, apparently very realistic. Twice. Eh? Twice. Is Tony Abbott coming back to try to revive the Liberal Party? Don't make me look at Abbott in a Speedo again. Why? What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that? Don't be like that. You got a great bod. I hope it's not realistic. I was being facetious. I wish I had your faith in the Aussie Bogan to not make Pauline PM. Wow. I just didn't think they had the political architecture to do it. Like, you know, Trump had to fucking co-opt the Republican Party or like take over a party. And like that was his political architecture. Like, does one nation have the political architecture to actually govern? All the idiots will vote to liberate Palestine and inadvertently get my girl in power and liberate Palestine from Hamas. The useful idiots. Hey? What? People vote on slogans? What are they? Idiots? Yes, people vote on slogans, bro. It's politics. Come on, man. Stop acting like you don't know that. I mean, Pauline would have to bend some rules. We've only had one other prime minister who came from the Senate. But, like, she'd have to fucking do a lot more than bend some rules. Like, have we ever had anyone that's outside of Labour or the coalition? Clive literally paid people to run in elections. I imagine Fawn doing the same with Gina Cash. Interesting. I can't afford to heat my home. They get billions. Like, they really just think we're trash, don't they? Like us, like working people, eh? That's all we sit at home at the dinner table with fucking paperwork and a mug, looking upset. The problem, Australians are doing it tough. Bills are increasing. Families are cutting back on cost of living bites. But at the same time, $3 billion in tax gets handed back to the 18 largest companies in mining every year to keep their diesel cheap. Like, this is such, like, you know, wow, yes, that is a travesty. But like, why are you telling us this? Because you are a billionaire who doesn't or won't be reaping the reward of this tax break anymore. So now it's okay for you to throw these people under the bus. And you've got the money to make this an actual issue that people will talk about. This is bourgeois society right here. This is politics is completely controlled by the bourgeoisie. Like, when people talk about it, they find they have problems understanding what bourgeois society is. This is it. Like, it's they who have the monetary power who control politics. This is it right here, fucking spelled out. The top 18 mining companies in mining. These include some giants like BHP, Rio Tinto, Glencore, Fortescue. Look, he's thrown himself under the bus, okay, because they're set up for the future, and others dominating the sector. A handful of companies, billions in taxpayer support. Okay. Fortescue is one of the largest beneficiaries of the diesel tax handout, but strongly advocates for change because of our green transition. This is very interesting. Oh, yeah, that's just to qualify. She's not really eligible, but if she worked that out, then yeah, she's looking short in seats. Bannon paid Clive, Gina paying One Nation. She'd have to pick up, I think, over 13 seats, question mark. If we didn't have compulsory voting and preference, she would have a chance, but most of Australia hates One Nation, just like the Greens. You either like them or you don't. That's an interesting assessment. And I think, yes, the compulsory and the preference voting makes a very big difference in Australian politics. Like, yeah, even Trump had to, like, use or co-opt Republican architecture. He didn't just start the fucking Trump party and become president. It's a huge, huge game, I'd say. Ready, Heidi? This one's for you. One Nation is just the vehicle to move the Overton window for Rennick. Oh, much love. What a good guy. Just wanting to make change. No agenda at all. I would enjoy some level of actual opposition just for something different. I agree. Compulsory voting is our saving grace. Unfortunately, like you pointed out, we won't get left government for the same reason. We won't get a left government. That's a very interesting point, isn't it? Like an actual, truly left government. All right. Thank you for sharing that one, Hobojo. This is actually rather interesting. So let's get told by someone who pays for this type of stuff, get told why we should all be happy about a gas tax. And tell us more as you fight with your fucking capitalist friends why we should support your propaganda. Let's have a listen. And this is the Senate hearing that did it all, that kicked it all off. If I'm a good boy, I could upgrade to the GOI package and get 7K each time. Oh my God. Pauline's been building for 30 years though, and now he's gaining traction. Next election, she might make enough seats, but I'd watch out for 2032. Interesting. Well, I guess if she gets enough support, if you know what I mean. Like, I don't mean like political support, but like she gets enough funding, she can set up architecture over a long time. You're right. You're very right. All right, this is the guy, the independent man himself from the Australian Institute that definitely isn't associated with a corporation, a mining corporation that is extracting our resources and shortchanging us for them, but they're carbon neutral. This is Richard Dennis.
I now welcome representatives of the Australia Institute and Mr Conrad Benjamin from Punters Politics, all of whom are appearing in person.
Not Conrad Benjamin,
and I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name?
Oh, Mahmood is in the house. How are you going? I'm voting for whoever reduces migration. That is the most important issue. Ew, what a horrible thumbnail. Is it the most important issue, though? Like, come on. According to who, Momupa? According to who? Who has gotten in your ear and told you that this is the most important issue? Come on. I thought it was a gas tax. Eh? Come on. Wait, does Richard Dennis have ties to the gas lobby? No, he has ties to... Oh, look. Supposedly... the funding that the Australia Institute gets comes from Twiggy and Fortescue, etc., etc. So, like, the Australia Institute isn't as squeaky clean as they make themselves out to be. They're, like, not just some independent research, like, think tank or something. They are actually in the pocket themselves. Like, you know, they argue so hard. Apparently, supposedly, they get Twiggy money. So, like, as, like, squeaky clean as they make themselves out to be with their rhetoric about, like, you know, oh, you know, it's the lobbyists that run the country. Oh, it's like the lobbyists also run the think tanks as well. Like, it's almost like, you know, bourgeois society. The bourgeoisie has ideological control over the entire population. And here we are thinking that we're actually fighting good fights, but we're just being fucking played by separate sections of the capitalist class. But visiting the coast from my small town in Maranoa is like playing Spot the Aussie. Dude. Let me just tell you something. I don't know if you know the area, but I grew up in Bankstown. There's a place called Birong Pools. We used to go there when I was a kid, and like my Aussie friends would definitely play that game. Oh, let's play Spot the Aussie, and it was funny because they really couldn't do it. But like, just because you go somewhere and you don't see Aussies there, that's why migration has to change. So it's not really like an economic argument. It's just like, oh man, there's no more Aussies left here, so we got to slow down migration. Just so I'm across. What are you looking for? A mo and a pair of thongs? Yeah, and a mullet. You got to be like, I guess, like blonde and blue-eyed, preferably. Able to take the sun. The Aussie sun, for sure. But yeah, a mo and a pair of thongs, pretty much, man. Pretty much, Jack. That's how you play Spot the Aussie. If that's true, then we're completely self-funded. Should have been an absolute, asterisk above it. Apparently, supposedly. So you think they controlled opposition? Who? You're talking about like the Australia Institute? No, I think they truly believe in their cause. I think Punters Politics truly believes in his cause. I think Pocock truly believes in his cause. Like all that sort of stuff. But like at this point in time, their conversation now aligns with someone like fucking Twiggy. Like he has invested in being the carbon neutral guy, the carbon neutral mining magnate. And so like if their agendas align now, then he's like, well, here's a few $1 million. Go and attack the other mining corporations. That's what you guys want, right? I don't want them around either. And if they haven't moved into the fucking 21st century, sucked into them. But like, he's more than happy to let these guys off the leash and do his dirty work for them. They'll destroy these corporations, and like, he monopolizes on whatever's left in terms of Australia's resources. At the end of the day, though, the long game is not to, like, Twiggy's not going to give Australians more access to their resources. He's just going to have less competition potentially if these guys are successful. So like, they're just doing his dirty work, I guess. Can we look at their public funding? It's displayed on their website. So you think they're just controlled opposition? Let's just use AI to look it up. Sydney is too money driven. Blame capitalism, not the people. Because as far as I'm aware, what they have advocated for goes very much against big corporate interests. Yes, agreed. Like, against like anyone that hasn't invested in the Green New Deal, from what I understand. And like, it just so happens that someone like Twiggy has invested in like that green transition. So he's just well placed for these to align with the Australian Institute. Yeah, one nation's policy on migration definitely isn't the closed borders Pauline screams about. No, apparently, what is it? She wants 130,000 people. We used to play old or Asian for bad drivers when I worked in the city. Oh my God. Play old or Asian. Oh my God. My move bus, seriously. If you have children, you're just producing future labor for the wealthy. Oh my God. Jesus. Yeah, like that's the decision the working class has to make. It's just like, oh, look, if I have children, I'm just producing labor for the capitalist class. I think 130,000 is still over 50% of right now. Like, I'm all for calling out, but can we actually show evidence of it? Because they do show their funding publicly. Yes, okay. Have you got a link for me? Or just, what do you want me to do? Just go to their website, the Australian Institute? The Australia Institute. About section? Governance, people, patrons? Bequests? Naomi Klein? Really? Whoa, wow. By leaving a gift in your will, you can create a better Australia? God damn. Look at the type of people that must like really like the Australian Institute, are the type of people that would leave an institution money in their will as opposed to leaving it to their kids or their offspring or their family. Maybe not the most working class people. What the Naomi Klein? The Naomi Klein? I don't know. Where do I find it? Like, does anyone want to help me navigate this page, please? Wait, the Naomi Klein? Oh, fuck. You couldn't see that 4 hours. Apologies. Let me move that so you can see it. Yes. Where was she? Patron. She's a patron, bro. Look, there she is. It's probably in their annual reports. Like, so what, governance? Annual reports, yep, okay. Annual report. We do things because we don't do things because they're easy. Research that matters. We change mine. Annual report. Annual report 24 to 25. Thank God you were here, Mr. Accountant. Corporate information, acknowledgement of country. Oh, when we saw Yanis Varoufakis, 4AS, it was the Australia Institute, right? So what am I looking for? What am I looking for here, people? Donation was apparently in September 2025. Yes, it was the Australia Institute. Okay. Yeah, some charities push donations from Wheels from their volunteers. Thank you for your support. I don't know. Corporate governance. Anyone want to jump in here? This annual report has been disclosed. Yeah, September 25 is the current financial year. It has not been reported yet. Okay. Anyone? Want anyone else? KK? You got any suggestions here? The China guy next to me blew up a giant rock put there in the last ice age to make room for an underground garage. It shook my whole house. I went outside and yelled at them for being cuck labor. Not my finest moment, but they got the point. Why are you telling us this story? You're just sharing. We're just sharing stories here. I gotta say, I'm being exposed to and learning from content I normally never would be tuning into this. I'm not sure how I ended up here. I'm not sure how you ended up here either. I can honestly say I feel like I'm learning about Australia. Good. You maximize on your feelings today, man. I will start to maximize on my feelings as well. You have much to teach us about Australia. America, sorry. I don't know about America or Americans. So you should return the favor. Well, my bedroom's watched by an intifada. Kids with bricks on strips in Gaza point at me in my pajamas, laugh and scream, get out of bed. Jamie T, 2009. Even weirder when Australia isn't even real. Welcome, Saint Shi. We all go through it. Never wore thongs for that reason. Toe spreader was what Mum called them. It is economic as well, because the Libs' justification for migration is seeing numbers go up, not the cultural issues. This argument kind of doesn't work in reality. Just because your views align in some form doesn't mean they're working together. Can we find some evidence of Twiggy sponsoring the group and the amount? Yeah, well, I'm working on it. I only own boots and thongs. A Google search says that Twiggy has invested in the Australian Institute. Very interesting. Like, and what source did you get there, 4AS, when you said that? Oh, you've got a source here. Is this the one? Here you go, E. Thank you very much. They're going through their fucking annual report. No, thank you. It's your choice. Okay, thanks. Thanks for letting me choose. This is 7 months ago. Mining magnate Andrew Forrest's Minderoo charity makes undisclosed donation to the Australian Institute. Maybe he just paid for a luncheon. Eh? He bought the sandwiches. Eh? Andrew Forrest's charity has made an undisclosed donation to the Australia Institute, raising transparency concerns about the funding of influential advocacy groups. The donation to the progressive think tank, which has been confirmed by several sources familiar with the deal, but not authorized to comment, highlights differing disclosure standards across the research and advocacy sector. The Institute, which lobbies for policy change I do not confirm or deny funding from Minderoo. The two sources described the donation as substantial, and one alleged it was worth 6 figures. Dun, dun, dun. 6 figures. So like what? In the hundreds of thousands of dollars? Is that what we're talking about here? Minderoo did not disclose the value of its support. It is unclear when the donation was made, and there is no suggestion it influenced the Institute's conduct, nor is there any suggestion of wrongdoing on part of the Institute or Minderoo in respect to the donation. The Institute's public campaigns on emissions reduction are closely aligned to those run by the mining magnate's charity and his company, Fortescue, which has publicly lobbied the Albanese government. It's Albanese, It's Albo Sleazy, more like it. The Australia Institute, Minderoo and Fortescue have all criticised the use of carbon offsets to reach net zero emissions by 2050 and have instead championed a real zero strategy, which calls for total decarbonisation. Look, I know what you're saying, KK. Look, just because they're both on the same page on this one issue doesn't mean they're working together. But like, if they're both for decarbonisation, like it works, right? Like if so, like the Australian Institute wants to bring down the gas lobby, and like so does Twiggy. Then he's just like, here's a fucking donation through my charity. Make sure you go after fucking gas first, and I'll make sure that everyone talks about it. We'll get some green senators involved. Why not? Everybody wins. You take down gas, which is what you want anyway. Why not? Like, is it really that conspiratorial? If they're like ideals align? We'll help out again when I get a break. Okay. Well, anyway, if you're watching this later, then it looks like they do receive some funding. Heidi the sausage. Men wants kids more than women. I think it's so funny in a sick and twisted way. Having kids is great. Renewables are cheaper and saving the planet is not rocket appliance. Jordan is feeling a little vindicated right now. Protects privacy of donors to avoid backlash. Yeah, sure. Definitely not biased. Hey, sweetheart, I saw you checking out my stats. You want some of this study? Lowers top a little and walks over to your car window. 4 a.m. Society has a long way to go. I'm very cognizant as a young dad how much my Mrs. does for our young family. Even if we want to do 50-50, sometimes you just do the best you can. Men want kids because they aren't the ones who have to destroy their body to have them. LOL. Hand Amanda baby and cloth nappies. We'll see how long that lasts. Oh, wow. I can't believe we're having this conversation. I can't believe how sexist some of the responses in here are as well. Hey, I'm surprised. Hey, I'm standing up for the dads on this one. I know a lot of dads that do a lot of fucking work. A lot of work. They're great fathers. And they're not scared of nappies. Even cloth nappies. Not that anyone uses them anymore. Like, yeah. Why not? I'm going to stand up with the dads on this one. I got your back, 4AS. Amen. I'm with thee. That's it. We're splitting the stream. We're splitting the goddamn stream. All right. let's get back to the main piece. Let's listen to the Australian Institute on this one. And now we understand a little bit more of how they align, how their priorities align with a large capitalist interest. Let's see if that changes some of our thoughts on this one. Whether it is an ideological battle or not that we're happy with, as long as we understand, I guess, potentially, things are not always as they seem on the surface.
Names and the capacity in which you appear today.
Dr. Richard Dennis, co-CEO of the Australia Institute.
Wookie, thanks, Mr. H. No worries, bro. Good parents are incredible people, especially with the DV rates in Oz. Whatever, man. My wife and mother-in-law are such selfless people, so I'm empathetic to the fact that there's only so much that I can do. My missus works 6 days a fortnight. I look after my kids and only have one Saturday a fortnight off with my missus now. Changing the baby 4 times more often, having to scrape poo before soaking. You people today have that shit so easy. Yeah. Oh, nah. I must be a shit dad raising my son after his mother took off and cut communication. That's sad. That's sad. Well, good on you for doing the raising. Good on your brother. Yes, if you can't keep up with them, that's your problem, man. Not a all-man problem. I just supply the fund for whatever my boy is into at the moment. First it was the rock melon fund, then the steak fund, now the strawberry fund. Focus, people, focus. We got content to get to. Look who's fucking driving back towards the content here. Well, are you interested in learning about this revelation about our gas taxes here? Saint Chai. Very interesting. All right. As Saint Chai says, let's get back to it. Guys, no one is saying you're all shit dads. People are just saying there's a huge issue with shitty men. Petty, pretty obvious when you look at the stats, especially in regional towns. It's okay. I have 3 kids now and a wonderful wife. Yeah. Nice. My missus works less than me and earns almost double. All right, back to it.
Mr. Conrad Mikowski, head chairman of
Mikowski, that's the one. Conrad Mikowski.
The Australia Institute. Mr. Conrad Mikowski, head chairman of Punters Politics.
Head chair.
I now invite each of you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions.
Thank you. I'll go first. Thank you so much. Thanks, committee, for inviting me along today. I think it's a really important issue, and it's good to have the opportunity to discuss this. I think this inquiry is really about fairness. Is Australia getting a fair share for its gas exports? Australia is one of the largest gas exporters in the world. No one doubts that the gas industry makes very large profits. No one doubts that Australia exports very large amounts of gas, but Australians now doubt that they are getting a fair share for that. The Australia Institute's released research today showing that the Japanese government gets more revenue from Australian gas.
Is that how you enter the chat? Is that it, Mr. Conrad E. Reagan? Mr. Conrad Benjamin E. Reagan to you, sir. Because I'm too ashamed to use my real last name, apparently. I'll just replace Mikowski with Benjamin because I want to be more Australian.
Imports than the Australian government gets from Australia's gas exports. Now, perhaps the Parliament thinks that's fair, perhaps the Parliament thinks that's as it was designed to be, or perhaps this is a unique opportunity for Parliament to come together on an issue that seems to unite parliamentarians in a way that few issues do to fix this issue. The Australia Institute estimates that a 25% gas export tax would raise $17 billion per year. for a country that's permanently told we have a budget crisis, for a country that's permanently told we can't afford to invest in services. What a once in a lifetime opportunity to collect $17 billion for something as simple as getting a fair price for the gas we export. The cost of delaying that decision is $350 million a week. So I do hope that not only does this parliament finally grasp the nettle and get a fair share for Australians, I hope they do so soon, because $350 million a week is money we will never get back. And while I note that there are concerns now, well, let's go back a step. We've been told for a long time the gas industry employs a lot of people. They don't. You don't hear them make that claim anymore, that their jobs are important for people who work there, but it's around 20,000 of the 28 million people in Australia working gas. We've been told for a long time that they pay a lot of tax. Well, we now know that's not the case.
That was a mistake, right? He just said, like, they have 20,000 of the 28 million people working in gas. He means they employ 20,000 Australians out of a population of 28 million Australians. That's what he means, right? I'm sure that's what he meant by that. That's very misleading otherwise.
Being told that we have to keep things the way they are lest we upset our customers. Well, the research the Australian Institute's released today makes clear that the Japanese government is happy to tax Australian gas. Indeed, the Japanese government is getting more revenue from taxing Australian gas than the Australian government is. So I'm sure they'll understand. I note the Albanese government recently cut the petrol excise to help Australians get through a cost of living crisis, a decision that I agree with. Well, the Japanese could always cut their import tax if they're really concerned about the price of gas. But let me be crystal clear, and I'll end on this point. A gas export tax will not increase the price of gas paid by Japan. It will not increase the price of gas paid by Korea or any of our other customers. There's no Norway premium for Norwegian gas, which is heavily taxed. All of the gas is selling at the same world price. The reason the gas industry is sad is they know the customers won't pay the higher price. They know they will receive a lower after-tax profit. And most importantly, I think, and most misunderstood, we know the gas industry is good at avoiding tax because it pays so little of the...
I think that is a fair point. Yeah, Norway counter gone ting mentioned. Like, that is a fair point, though. Like, if you are increasing a tax, it goes, like an export tax, for instance, and the export tax goes to the company that's taking it out of Australia, and then they on-sell that gas to Japan at the world market price. If they sell it at the world market price, the person who's absorbing the cost of that tax is the corporation who's taking it out. It's not Japan. Unless they somehow have some type of agreement with Japan and Japan only buys from that corporation, and then they just like, well, fuck you, Japan or Korea. We're paying 25% more in tax, then we're just going to pass it on to you as the buyer. And so they're locked in, Japan and Korea, locked into buying from this one corporation because they've got a contract. And the corporation itself is like, sorry, we have to pass this 25% tax shortfall now onto you, the customer. That's the choice of the corporation. So like Japan and South Korea should negotiate with the corporation to be like, no, that's a bad corporation. No, you're not going to pass on this cost to us. That's between customer and purchaser, if you ask me. I don't know. I'm surprised Kevin is still here for the gas debate. He checked out last time. Be right back. Cool. All right. Interesting. Norway mentioned. Such a smart ass. He said Norway. It's like every time the punter says punters. Hey, and now you won't need to compete with Iranian oil.
Petroleum resource rent tax that's been promised. We know they're good at avoiding tax, so we can bank on the fact that when we put an export tax in place, they'll do the one thing they can to avoid paying the export tax, and that's sell that gas to Australians. We will increase the supply of gas to Australians by taxing gas exports. We will increase the supply of gas, and we will push the price of that gas down. If we have a 25% gas export tax, we'll be at least $17 billion a year better off. We will have more gas supplied to Australians. We will have lower gas prices here in Australia. And if you're worried about the concerns of countries like Japan, fear not. They're taxing our gas. There's no reason we can't.
Thank you, Dr. Dennis. Mr. Benjamin.
Thank you, senators and members, for having me. Honestly, it's not every day that a regular punter like me gets to sit at the table with so many politicians, which normally would cost, what, $3,000 a head? Sorry, just a little political joke to warm everyone up there. We're here today to discuss the need for Australians to receive...
$3,000 a head? Hey, am I right? Hey, this punter guy is such a fucking tool. Like, it wasn't great. Like, come on. Let's just hear that one again, shall we? Oh, man. It's so refreshing to have someone who's not Australian being able to analyze this, because we get caught up in our prejudices here in our culture wars, but like other people, they're just like, wait, why is this guy talking like that? What's wrong with him? Don't waste your energy, my friend. I think it's reached a conclusion, to be honest.
Politicians, which normally would cost, what, $3,000 a head? Sorry, just a political joke to warm everyone up there. We're here today to discuss the need for Australians to receive what we are owed for our natural resources. That belong to us. And I see on the schedule, as I was looking, there isn't a single regular mum or dad, single nurse, teacher or tradie. So I'm here to say a few things on their behalf, because before I used to make TikToks, I was a teacher. And my job was to make complex stuff simple so that the kids could understand things and walk out of the room more informed than when they came in. And honestly, my job hasn't changed. It's just got a couple 100 million followers now. Now, we were told that this topic, gas, PRRT, is too technical, it's too complicated. We were told that we regular punters like me, don't worry about it. The politicians, you've got it. They've got it covered. And we were told that repeatedly by the corporations and lobbyists who were, in fact, getting rich.
I would have given him hell if he were my teacher. Someone's got to be the guy.
Us not understanding it. So here, we millions of regular Aussies are now paying attention. And we understand a few things that we might not have understood before. We understand that Australia's gas is incredibly valuable. We understand that we're giving most of it away for free.
If you're watching this on YouTube and you haven't already, make sure you hit the like button. I'm very disappointed if you haven't already. I won't hold it against you. Sorry, we don't say hit anymore, right? We caress the like button. We touch it gently. We activate the like button. So activate the like button if you haven't already. If you're new here, subscribe for more. If you're on Twitch, hit the follow. But yeah, activate that like button, please.
Foreign corporations. We understand that those same foreign corporations pay close to bugger all tax. We understand that countries like Norway looked at their oil and said, that belongs to us. And their politicians went about and made rules and contracts that resulted in Norwegian citizens having access to a $3 trillion sovereign
The
wealth
left really does eat itself. We suck at team sports. Isn't that funny as well? Because like our shtick is like solidarity. But like here is where I would like, no wonder why we lose so much. Like, look, the left, this is the problem. I think we have to define what the left is here. Like this is the guy, KK Online. And like obviously you know my feelings about this. Like my position when it comes to like capitalism and all that sort of stuff. This is the guy who defines himself as a capitalist. I don't know if, someone who defines themselves as a capitalist is the type of left that we're generally talking about when we advocate for the workers' movement. But like maybe he did that in jest the other day. But like, what is the left in the context of like progressivism? I don't refer to as the left. I honestly believe that the left is like about the workers' movement. It's a working class movement. And that's more than like some good taxation policy. But like the left takes on progressive issues and runs with them. But I think at its core, it should be about like working people and stuff like that. I think that is just my humble opinion. Treat that like button like Chris Brown and Rihanna in 2009. No, don't do that. Be gentle. Be loving. He seems more like a Labour/unionist. Yeah. I know. So like, I hope that he rings true to that feeling that you have, that he seems like this. I hope so too. I don't think he's a capitalist from what I've seen. He's usually making fun of capitalism when speaking on it. Calzone? Yeah. For those that don't know, for those of us that don't know, what do you think of Punters Politics? Whinge merchant that pipelines people to being cooker? Or is he doing good? Oh, fucking savage. I don't think he knows what capitalism is. Yeah, I know. If he calls himself a capitalist, then he doesn't really have a good understanding. He doesn't have a Marxian understanding anyway. He glazes Pocock. Calzone, my opinion of him is like, I think he believes in his cause. Right? Like, I think he truly believes in this. But, like, what I'm suggesting in this investigation is actually he's being manipulated because he has a cause. And so, but, like, his cause just simply at the moment aligns with another capitalist's interests. And so, like, they're giving him airtime because of that. Like, he's done a lot of his own work to get his own airtime. But, like, now he's sitting in Senate hearings and, like, being tabled by mainstream media. Like, he did his own work to get where he was. And, like, his own causes were fine. But, like, at the moment, he's in the territory of the big boys. Like, he's playing in the big boys club now in an established capitalist political system. And so, like, I think he's just being used. I don't find him, this just personally, I don't find him very compelling. Like in the way that he presents himself and the way he speaks and all that sort of stuff. But like, you know what I think he's really good at though? Branding. I think he's really fucking good at branding, selling t-shirts, and saying the word punters over and over and over and over and over and over and again. And like looking Australian, like, you know, and saying things like, I'm from Newcastle, so I understand Australian. So like, I think he's really good at branding, to be honest. So I am generally cautious of that. I am generally cautious of that type of stuff. Like, is he a social media guy or is he an activist? And like, some people are activists that are on social media and some people are social media that use activism, if you know what I mean. And like, I feel like he uses activism. Like, that's his claim to social media fame, if you know what I mean. I think Punters is just like us, but he's playing within the capitalist ideology. Is his cause not just growing his social media following? Yeah, this is what I'm saying. Like, I do feel like he puts a little bit more attention to growing his social media presence than his activism. Like, if you had to pick one, I think he's more social media than activism. But like, that's from a very cursory glance. Like, I haven't spent a lot of time watching his shit. Like, the most I've spent watching his shit is like here on this stream with you guys. But that's the vibe I'm getting here. Yeah, he's useful to them. His cause is reading the Australian shit. Savage, bro. Kind of like Geordie's, who wants leftist policies, but understands you have to play the game to win over time. Calzone, yeah, I agree. I think although it comes across as salty, Geordie's is spot on about him. I haven't watched Geordie's hit piece on him. I'll have to ask him about it. Exactly. But I remember people talking about it the other day. Kind of like my kind of like button, it likes it when I dislike it first before I uplike. Just tunnel visioning about the gas tax. Teal to the max, savage. J Blue, wow, bought superpower under occupation equals USA. Pretend that like button is a child at Neverland Ranch and give it a ride of its life. So, bro, my God. Oh, it's Punters Politics. I didn't catch that before. LOL. He didn't say Newey. Who calls it Newcastle? Hey? He needs PR advice because it's skirting the line between offending the public and calling them dumb unintentionally. Fake Novocastrian spotted. I bet he lived in Merriweather because he's a capitalist. You can say corporations benefit from most left-wing ideas in reality. A better workforce leads to a healthier workplace. Healthcare would technically be good for corporate interests. So, well, like technically, and like so would public education's technically good. Because then they have healthier and smarter workers to exploit. But like we know that it doesn't always work like that. If push comes to shove. Why are the name punters? I don't think I actually know what it means. I actually explained that the other day, and I thought you would have been all over that like a rash and explaining to the Americans who asked, or the American who asked, what a punter is. He even said something in the last stream that it was really about streaming dollars or ad revenue. Yes, remember we watched his podcast yesterday? It was just like, oh, I'm doing it for the ad revenue. And I was like, ooh, I was like, do you really want to make jokes like that? But I guess like, you know, I don't know his sense of humor, his relationship to his audience. Maybe he makes those type of jokes all the time. But I was like, ooh. He's just reducing this, but like, oh, I'll make this and at least I'll get the ad revenue off it or something. I was like, okay, fair enough. Wookie, my wife first introduced me to his shorts, LOL. I found him super annoying at first. A little less annoying now. Like you get used to it over time. As a crap mediator, as Carl was, he was pretty spot on with his summary of punters. He makes videos on political topics and asks, is this fair? It's whinge merchants. So social media using activism is my opinion of him. Yeah, like that's the vibe I get. Again. Like how the fuck am I supposed to know exactly what his ambitions are? But that's the vibe. Big companies love big migration. Turns out the left and big business are shooting for the same goals. This is like, when do you hear lefties being like, we need big migration? I think you just find that lefties are not scared of migration or scared by migration, let's say. Jay Blue, where are you commenting on? He will start a war with Iran after the meeting with China president. Are you like really far back or something, Jay Blue? Because your comments are coming up on stuff that I think we were speaking about a long time ago. Like hours ago, potentially. 4S, what is this? Game of Moans. Oh, this is it. This is it. Whinge merchants a year ago. An easy guide of how to succeed online. Whinge. Now listen to me whinge about it. I said, is this where he brings up, what's his name? Brings up punters, right? Okay, interesting. This is a hit piece. I'll have to watch that later. But hey, it's hard to tell these days. It's called Whinge Merchants. Never actually acknowledges him, but it's kind of on the nose. Okay, right. And the right dilemmas. Who do you think Gina likes him flying? Anyway, go ahead. Have a good stream, Mystery. Thank you very much, 4IS. Enjoy the rest of your evening. I always thought it was specifically gamblers, but apparently it means everyday people. Yes, that's... Like, I know it means, but I didn't know if it had a cultural meaning. I didn't know. Yeah, it's like punters are just like everyday people. People that are in on the game. You know, just having a punt, having a crack, trying my best. I'm just a regular punter in this rat race. Being anti-high immigration is being anti-big business. Who Gina hires is her business. Immigration incentives need to change. He's a capitalist, well, and truly, I have less respect for him for that. Gina wants to employ Africans for $2 an hour. J Blue, are you behind? I think so. Winged merchants is the same thing as calling people woke and then dismissing their reality. Absolute fucking children. Not subbed to Friendly Geordies? Yeah, I know. I'm a bad guy. I get it. That's what I'm saying. I don't know what he said about these people. Like, I don't watch his shit. I'm sorry. I know that might be offensive. Let me know the next time the big corp buys a plane for Alba dilemmas. Literally behaving as if you're still in high school, chat. Oops, I missed a Zoom meeting because I'm distracted by the stream. Whoopsie. Calzone, got a plane, but I should bring up all Labor's donation because there's a lot. But a plane, man. A plane. A punt on the ponies. I'm just a punter ready to gamble with legislation. In what world do we want the PM to have to pay for their own travel, LMAO? Doesn't exactly inspire confidence. Who's Captain Beckett? Captain Bucket. I unsubbed from FJ's as well, LOL. Why? What happened? I just haven't subscribed in the first place. There's nothing to read into there. Like, I just, like, you know, I'm uncultured. Everybody knows that. I don't actually digest anyone else's content or any popular culture, apparently. I just do my own thing. I sit down and I read Marx and try to understand how capitalism works. Ministers are called honorable because they didn't get paid. If Albert gives up his wage, he can fly for free. Yeah, I know, I'm a bad guy. Still doesn't subscribe. Ha ha ha, savage. What, you want me to press the button here? I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. I'm seeing Geordie's tomorrow night, so I will let him know you're a bad friend. How many books did Marx write? Ooh, fucked if I know. I don't know. Good question. Like, he was a prolific writer. How many books? Like maybe 3, 4, I guess. Like, I know he wanted to write many more books. But, like, how many books exactly? I don't know. You posted a Discord link earlier. I ain't trying to blast it or anything. I don't even need it. But I would check it out. We're interested in similar things, but come from different backgrounds. Hey, it's okay. You can admit it. It's like, I don't even need it, but I do want to check it out. It's all right, bro. You can ask for it. It's okay. I should have put it in before. Let me put it in again. Give me a second. It's not that like I need it, but like if you had it, I would take it. I'll take it. Here we go. Discord. Here it is. Just for you, bro. No one else is allowed to touch the link. It's just for Saint Chai. He's not. It's a matter of point. I'm not clicking that button. Hey. Don't tell me what to do. You're not my dad. Oh, man. Fucking hell. At least 5? Oh, wait. FG is too much of a Labour hack. V anti-green and V anti-ABC. He suffers lack of nuance. At least 5. There you go. So, what? 3 volumes of Capital, The Gundrisa. And what else did he write then? That was a book and not like... Oh, maybe Theories of Surplus Value? That's a book, I guess, isn't it? It's pretty fucking long. At least 5. It depends. Is he subscribed to you? I don't know. He came to a stream once, like laughed at people in the chat, insulted me, and then fucked off. So maybe he has subscribed. I don't know if it was you, safe space or anything, but I am trying to be cordial. Yeah, fair enough. Join, bro. Join the Discord. Come and share your propaganda. I'd be interested to see what your propaganda is, because we do seem like we're worlds apart here. Your feelings are welcome here. You got a reputation now, bro. Marx actually just used ChatGPT. Oh, shit. Oh, man. All right, back to the fucking content. I'm getting distracted here. Chat's going off.
And we understand, this is the most important point, we understand that a stable democracy like ours, with lots of valuable natural resources, gives us a lot of leverage. So the question we punters have is, how is it that we are holding all of the cards, yet still losing? A kid in my class put his hand up and asked me a question one day. He said, "Sir, do politicians know the system is broken? Like, why don't they just fix it?" And unfortunately, I had to tell that kid the truth. I had to tell that kid, honestly, it's not broken. This system is working perfectly for the foreign corporations who funded the lobbying campaigns, who funded the political campaigns of many politicians in this room, and gave many of politicians in this room colleagues jobs, sweet lobbying gigs as gas lobbyists. Punters politics, honestly, shouldn't exist. I shouldn't really be here. 1 million Australians following my content online, watching someone explain gas, isn't a success story. It's a symptom of a government that has stopped working for the punters who elected them. So while you hear from the heads of Woodside, Santos, Exxon, Inpex, whoever comes, and you'll hear them tell stories about why they don't want to make $5 billion, they'd rather make $10 billion. I want you all to remember that there are nurses living in cars, teachers buying lunch for kids who can't afford it, tradies skipping meals so they can feed their family. Because no matter how tough we punters have it, no matter how high the cost of living goes, we still pay our tax, and we don't get our gas for free. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Benjamin. I'll kick us off. I also just note that we've got Senator Payman joining us via teleconference, and Mr Joshi was unable to make this session as scheduled and will be seeking to accommodate his appearance at a later date. To begin with, to Dr Dennis, just picking up first on the Japanese import tax that you've spoken about, what actually is the gap, and how much more revenue does Japan make from Australian gas than Australia does?
So the Japanese government on average collects around $8 billion per year from a tax that it has on imported oil and gas and coal. And Australia is one of the largest, usually the largest supplier of gas to Japan. What's interesting is that the Japanese introduced this tax back in 1978 after the first OPEC oil shock to help Japan cope.
So dense that he can't even make a connection of why the system is the way it is. That's the thing that is screamingly obvious and missing from the analysis by someone like this guy here, Richard Dennis, and our mate Punter, is like, you guys understand that you're complaining about something that is like literally systematic here. Like, this is part of the game. Like, you can't just argue the fine print on like whether someone gets taxed enough. Like, the capitalist class, like these mining corporations exist. Their raison d'etre is to play this game and maximize their profits. Like, you can't outplay these pricks at their own games. Like, it's noble to want to fight them, you know, on these issues, but you're fighting them in their battlefield. This whole entire political system that you seem to be representing or facing, and like, you know, making snide remarks about how it, like, it's, oh, don't you actually represent the people, not the gas lobby? Like, no, this political system is not designed that way. This political system is designed for them. And if you are able to get a shoe in somehow, you consider yourself lucky. Consider yourself lucky. This entire system is made for this. It's bourgeois politics for a bourgeois world. Like, if they were really fed income, they would critique it for what it is. Well, it's capitalism. It's capitalism, baby. I haven't said that in ages, hey. Fuck, it's been a while. I'm a capitalist, but I can't for the life of me understand why the working class is struggling so much. Hey. Complaining about the system to the system. Yeah. I like that analogy. Feels like quibbling over fine print on your own slave contract. Don't question the whole thing, just this one part here. Very interesting. Very interesting. Yeah. Why are the working people struggling so much? It's like, this is the way that the entire system has been set up to screw working people. And this is just another fucking stab in the back. It's crony capitalism, okay? Capitalism is fine. It's just when it's crony. Since basically the 1800s, basically. Smells like a suck dem to me. So good. Someone brought up leftist infighting before. Here it is. So good. Get him. Suck dems. Growing up, Geordies felt so smart. Now that I'm an adult, it all feels kind of childish. The team sport pushing the hate on anyone that disagrees with you to the point where it's annoying for the audience. I'm glad they remade Animal Farm to attack capitalism instead of communism for profit.
With the insecurity of oil. And when Australia and Japan and most of the world agreed that we should have 90 days of liquid fuel within our domestic markets at any point in time, the Japanese understood that that was expensive. So the Japanese actually imposed a tax on imported energy to fund that. And it worked. It worked very successfully. And Japan now has well over 90 days of liquid fuel. And taxing our gas and our oil has helped them fund their preparations that we're told we've been unable to afford to pursue. The Japanese tax gets more interesting when you realise that it was modified around 2013 to not just help them with liquid fuel security and energy efficiency and other things, but to help them with the cost of climate change. So to be clear, the customer of our gas, the customer of our coal, is taxing the imports, increasing the cost to their consumers to help them prepare for the cost of climate change. So
like, what is someone like Richard Dennis arguing here? It's just like, and you know what they do, those dirty Japs? With our fucking gas, they tax it so they can fund a transition away from using fossil fuels. So like, are you whinging about the fact that Japan, which is a fucking huge economy with a huge population, is trying to make itself carbon neutral using our gas, taxing it so they can fund the transition off gas? Like, I thought he would be happy about that. Like, I thought he would be thrilled about that, like, to be honest. It's just like, well, at least it's not going to someone who's just fucking burning through it to make, I don't know, cheap commodities or something. They're taxing it so they can transition away from fossil fuels. Like, come on. Like, why did you even bring that up? They're doing it better than us, and I don't like it. Like, I get it. Like, isn't it stupid that they're using our gas at insanely cheap prices to tax it and then fund their own green transition? But, like, you know, they are funding a green transition. I thought you would be happy with that, Richard. I don't get it, man. Yeah, but that's good for the planet, not for Aussies. He wants his money. The more people live in the Tokyo metropolitan area than the whole of Australia. Yeah. And by a big factor too, right? Like, there's a lot of people that live in Tokyo. If only he didn't hate Australia and Australians. And we pay 200 times more. I get it though. Like, I get his point. Like, it's bad for Australians and stuff like that. But like, I just didn't expect him to be complaining that somebody's using it to help with a green transition or something. Very interesting. Very interesting stuff.
Well done to Japan. I have no criticism of the Japanese government whatsoever. They've used the power of their state and their budget quite well. They've taxed our imports to fund their oil security. They've taxed our gas exports, our coal exports to fund their preparations for climate change. I'm just pleading with this parliament not to fall for the line that were Australia to introduce a tax on our gas exports, that the Japanese government would somehow be concerned or insulted. They might be disappointed because the Japanese government is a significant shareholder.
How do they get it cheaper? How do they get it cheaper? If, like, his argument before was like, no, they get it on the fucking global market. But now he's saying also that they get the gas for cheaper so then they can tax it more. I am really struggling. Yeah, I know. We should have waited for his next line. He did explain that. Yeah, fair enough. But like, how does he reconcile those two? Like, before he was like, look, it's not going to affect the Japanese because they buy it in the world market. The price is set by the world market. And then he's just like, but they do get it really cheap so then they can tax it. Does anyone understand how this actually works, this system? Yes, I spent 3 months in Japan in the last year. The Australians there looked up to Japan a little bit too much. Punter says he'd prefer if it was nationalised, but he's playing within the system. I don't understand how that works. Give me a moment. I'm going to try and see if our research assistant has an idea on this one. Listening to Richard Dennis from the Australian Institute talk about how a export tax on gas won't hurt a country like Japan because they pay for the price of gas on the world market. But then, following this, he makes the case that Japan gets gas really cheap from Australia, and so he's able to then tax that gas and then use those taxes for its own benefit. I'm struggling to see how Japan could pay for gas on global market rates, but then also get cheap gas from Australia. Can you help explain what he is talking about here? What Richard Dennis is likely describing is the difference between the sale price Australia receives for LNG versus the overall economic value Japan extracts from importing. Here's the logic. Australia exports LNG largely at prices linked to global benchmarks or long-term contract formulas tied to oil prices. So the argument is if Australia imposed a high export tax or resource rent tax, Japanese buyers would still probably pay roughly the same world market LNG price because Australia's price taker in a global market. In other words, Japan is not necessarily getting cheap gas in the sense of paying below the world price. Rather, Japan gets secure supply, stable long-term contracts, relatively low sovereign risk, and reliable energy inputs from industry. So it's not cheap, it's just they get our gas. And they just tax it anyway. Is this making sense to people here? Are we all hearing this right? The case is that they get our gas really cheap, right?
And when Australia and Japan and most of the world agreed that we should have 90 days of liquid fuel on within our domestic markets at any point in time, the Japanese understood that that was expensive. So the Japanese actually imposed a tax on imported energy to fund that. And it worked. It worked very successfully. And Japan now has well over 90 days of liquid fuel. And taxing our gas and our oil has helped them fund their preparations that we're told we've been unable to afford to pursue. The Japanese tax gets more interesting when you realise that it was modified around 2013 to not just help them with liquid fuel security and energy efficiency and other things, but to help them with the cost of climate change. So to be clear, the customer of our gas, the customer of our coal, is taxing the imports, increasing the cost to their consumers to help them prepare for the cost of climate change. So well done to Japan. I have no criticism of the Japanese government whatsoever. They've used...
Yes, then the way they distribute it downstream in their economy, then they tax those businesses and make more from the tax than we do from the sale. Okay. Saint Chai. And me as an American thinking Australians were Crocodile Dundee. I was caught off guard. You are big, beautiful people and speak English naturally. Don't feel subservient to anyone. My bad. Big, beautiful people. That's so good. Speak English. Come on. From a Yank. I'm crying, but cheers. Did you think we didn't speak English here? Do we speak English, though? We're pretty chill and friendly and enjoy a sarcastic joke. Sometimes we only enjoy sarcasm. It's been a while since you've done a multi-stream deep dive into a topic like this, Mystery. It has been a long time, hasn't it? I'm sorry it's so Australian. Like we used to do like ideological deep dives and stuff. Or like, yeah, watch what other cultures do. So like, hey, thanks for hanging in there as we try to understand how the capitalist class fucks us in this country specifically, as opposed to fucking the human race generally. Lots of Aussie worship in the US, by the way. No, I was caught off guard by how big pussies you were in relation to Japan. Savage. What a takedown after what I thought was a compliment. Calzone, maybe it's not 1-to-1 because Japan is one country taxing us, while an export tax would apply to every country. So what I think is happening is like, no, they don't get cheap gas. They get it on the fucking world market, but then they double down on the tax. So when they get their Aussie gas that is supplied to them because it's secured through contracts, and we just ensure that we're going to keep making sure it's on sale for them, which they buy at market price, then they tax it to their consumers on their end. And so they make money off it. So it's not cheaper exactly. They're just making tax dollars off it. And then the argument I think people make is then we even have to buy it back off them as well and their companies instead of just getting access to our own. So it's not exactly cheaper, which is an interesting claim. I miss the old days, but you got to appease the algo. Yeah. You know, I was thinking that we should do like 4AS brought it up, like Theory Thursdays and stuff like that. Like when we used to just sit around and like do a good old revolutionary reading group. So maybe it's not like slave to the algorithm every day, if you know what I mean. And we could just do the stuff that we loved, that we used to love. And like just investigate things for the sheer fact of like, I don't know, intellectual inquiry, revolutionary inquiry. We could go back to those days. Like, yeah, maybe we should just do a Theory Thursday. Like, as Far Right Fridays has been fucking incredible, hasn't it? Like, I think that's revolutionized the stream. I can't believe Jerry came up with that. I was so fucking concerned about doing a Far Right Fridays when he first did it. I was just like, man. And we've had some crazy people come in on Far Right Fridays and say some ridiculous stuff. All the crazies come out on Far Right Fridays. But like, yeah. Maybe a Theory Thursday, Jag. Return to the good old days of the Twitch files. Eh? Damn Yanks, you said it, Saint Chi. So that's worship, more wanting that tasty freedom of speech. It's also slightly below market, but that's because of the long-term secure contracts, yeah. It's like the full moon of political streams. It's how I ended up here, I think. We want pew-pews. We want pew-pews too, yeah. China tax your beef and red wine. Get them back. Sorry, Japanese tax your gas on import. Fuck that. Add a tax to that. That's what we're talking about right now. That's what they're arguing over right now. How did you end up here, Wookie? Like on one of those investigation days? All right, back to it.
The power of their state and their budget quite well. They've taxed our imports to fund their oil security. They've taxed our gas exports, our coal exports to fund their preparations for climate change. I'm just pleading with this parliament not to fall for the line that were Australia to introduce a tax on our gas exports, that the Japanese government would somehow be concerned or insulted. They might be disappointed because the Japanese government is a significant shareholder in INPEX that makes a significant profit selling our gas to Japan.
So these calculations, these don't even include the on-selling of Australian gas into global spot markets that Japan does. That's
this is just
too.
And those figures don't even include their consumption.
Going back, I'm wrong. I was just a random, not a Far Right Friday. Good old far-right Fridays.
Tax, which also, they collect tax on when the gas is sold to consumers and when electricity is sold to consumers. So, no, they literally have a gas, coal and oil import levy to collect $8 billion. Why? To fund services and fund preparations in Japan. Yet we've been told in recent months, we couldn't have possibly afforded to stockpile any oil in Australia. Very expensive, don't you know? So, look, well done, Japan. I don't blame them at all. But I repeat what I said before. This is not about harming Japan. The price of gas paid by Japan will not increase when we impose this tax. What will happen is the profits made by the people selling the gas will fall. There's not two gas prices out there, the high-tax Norway price and the low-tax Australia price. It's all the same molecules. It's all the same methane selling at effectively a world price minus transport costs.
So might this level of profitability, I suppose, explain the diplomatic pressure that Japan puts on Australia?
I love
on the
this guy's
government?
voice.
Yes. Yeah.
But look, I don't know about that, but it's much better than James from the Punters Politics podcast. That James guy, fuck. That was a hard ask listening to that guy speak. My God. Wonder what happened to him. Yeah, we've used our trade for geopolitics plays for a long time, essentially shooting ourselves in the foot long term for a short term deal on easing some kind of tensions or smoothing trade. No, I'm joking. I do love it. I'm not joking. I do love it. Okay. Fair enough. Our military isn't a huge threat, so when we have no stick, we offer our carrots too much. Oh, we are at carrots, right? A big hole in the ground full of carrots.
We saw this when Stephen Miles was Queensland Premier. He proposed a small increase in coal royalties and proposed, or actually implemented, he was Premier at the time, spending the money to build public housing and to lower the cost of public transport to 50 cents per fare. The Japanese ambassador was not very diplomatic in expressing his views and Japan's views about Australian domestic policy. Likewise, recent suggestions that we should stop giving literally more than half of our gas away for free, no royalties paid on gas in Commonwealth waters, no PRRT collected on that gas according to Treasury. Again, the Japanese ambassador has not been terribly diplomatic. So, yes, I'm sure they would prefer to make large untaxed profits selling Australian gas to Japanese people. I do not begrudge them that.
Yeah.
I don't begrudge them that at all.
Thank you, Dr Dennis. Now for Mr Benjamin. Now, gas projects in Commonwealth waters don't have to pay any royalties, like zero. In other words, they get the product they're selling for free. Dairy farmers don't get their cows given to them from the government for free. Pubs don't get their kegs of beer given to them for free. So why is it, do you think, that gas companies have been able to get their gas for free for so long?
I think from where we sit, we regular punters, we can't understand. Like my Year 10 business students understand. If something is profitable, and we're holding all the levers of power. Whereas, look around. How many stable democracies have so many resources that we sort of have? How are we getting such a dud deal? Where we land and when I...
Want me to tell the future? In 2 weeks, people will have forgotten about this and move on to something else. Revolutions last less than a month these days. Fuck. What, so you think no one will talk about gas soon? That's interesting. Because, this was just bubbling up when I was about to go on leave, I'm pretty sure. I just started seeing Pocock come out and he's just like, did you know Australians get taxed more on beer than gas? And I was like, oh, this is outrageous, really? The far cry from a revolution. He sounds like a woodland character warning the forest queen of uncollected tax from the fracking in the forest. Oh, man. Fucking hell.
Explain to people when they ask, how is this allowed to happen? The only solution I have is that when I go to Donation Watch and see money flowing in from fossil fuel companies to elected representatives, and then I see certain representatives who oversaw the PRRT, oversaw that for years, going to become gas lobbyists.
Budget's coming up. It's probably going to keep popping. Yeah, when's the budget come out? Like next week or something? It'll definitely happen at that time. It'll definitely come out at that time. It'll come up again. People are like, why didn't you add it? Why?
We regular punters, we would use a word corruption, but we're not allowed to because it's legal. It's fine. You're allowed to. So that's the only explanation we can come up with because business 101. Like, I'm not anti-gas industry. I'm not anti-gas. I'm pro getting paid what we're owed. This is capitalism 101. If we own the resource and it's ours, you pay us what you owe us, and we can sell to whoever we want, and we can charge whatever we want.
But it's not. It's not capitalism 101. Like, capitalism 101 is not like, oh, you own a resource, let us legitimately pay you for that. Okay? Just like, oh, you labor, source of labor power, let me pay you fully for the value you create. Capitalism 101 is actually exploiting the situation to get profit, to extract surplus value and get profit. And so when it comes to resources, it's actually not about like, hey, you sovereign nation, you have resources, let me respect your sovereignty and pay you what you are due. Yay, efficiency. Well, it's definitely efficient if you're just looking to exploit situations all the time. Definitely efficient in that regard. When it drops, there'll be another half a dozen issues that don't eventuate into anything either.
And if we decide that, hey, the future's not going to have this gas, future generations, it's going to be gone forever. In Norway, when they run out of oil, it's hit dry, what do they got? $3 to $4 trillion sitting there ready to reinvest to do whatever the country wants to do. When I look at my students, my old students, and go, well, what's left for you? Sorry, mate, nothing. Well, we need to invest in a new industry. With what money? So I think that's sort of the perspective that we regular punters come from, going, if it's profitable, they'll still come. Just like Norway. They said they would leave. Guess what? They didn't. Coal in Queensland, they upped the royalty. Japan had a whinge about it. Coal companies are still whinging about it. Where are they? They're still in Queensland, digging coal, because coal is valuable, and the regime is pretty fair. We're just getting our fair share.
So Australians getting ripped off by gas companies has obviously struck a bit of a chord with punters, safe to say. Why do you think that this issue...
Like with punters, like punters, you punters? The social media influencer punters, or like punters, like the regular punter kind of thing? I wonder what she means. Like, is it struck a chord with you or the general population? I'm going to go with the latter there.
Ripped off by gas companies has obviously struck a bit of a chord with punters, safe to say. Why do you think that this issue enrages people so much?
Because we're told, and the budget's about to drop, we're told every day, oh, we can't afford to invest in schools. Like, we can't afford to make our education like on par with some countries around the world that are just as wealthy. We have to cut costs here, cut funding there, cut different services that we rely on, our medical system's under strain. We have to cut stuff. We're about to hear that. We're about to hear that the global economy is going through a shock, and we have to tighten our belts because something that happened overseas is making everything more expensive for us, and we're about to be told that we can't afford anything. Except when we look at what we are as a nation, lots of resources that we all collectively own, we know it not to be true. And like I said, genuinely, I shouldn't be here. Punters Politics exists because I spoke about this issue, and regular Aussies went, yeah, this doesn't only pass the pub test, this is outrageous, and we've been sold out because we shouldn't have issues with what we can afford. We should be looking at how we can invest in future businesses, how we can supply basic medical and dental to sort of anyone who wants it. This is the kind of country, how wealthy we are. Aussies know it, I know it, we know it. So when politicians tell us, and they're about to tell us, that we can't afford...
Is someone going to tell him what neoliberalism is? Oh, man. So good. So good. Yes. He'll get it eventually.
We know it's a lie, and this gas issue is the perfect example of how it's a lie.
Thank you, Mr. Benjamin. I'm going to rotate the call to the Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much. My first question is to Mr Dennis, please. You've proposed an export tax in your submission. How would those changes overlap with existing taxes and regulations? Is it simply in addition to the current framework, or are there other consequential changes that would flow from that?
Well, that's entirely an issue for the Parliament, of course. The PRRT is so unsuccessful, if you kept it in place, it would hardly be burdensome. But if you wanted to do everybody a favour and replace something complicated that achieves nothing with something simple that achieves a lot, personally, if you got rid of the PRRT and replaced it with a 25% gas export tax, I think that would be a good outcome. But to be crystal clear, the PRRT is so ineffective that I think keeping it in place would hardly be burdensome. Most of the PRRT that's paid today is paid by legacy oil production, not even gas in these enormous new basins. And it's Treasury that informed the Senate a couple of years ago.
Can't you imagine him as a little Peter Rabbit character? It's so cute. Yeah, but like, okay, so that's why you like his voice. I get it now. I was wondering. He's not a radio voice, so I get what you're saying now. He's a mystical forest creature. Got it.
that not a single new offshore gas project had paid any PRRT. Now, I trust they've got access to more data than I do, but we can see from the figures that there's not much there. We can see from the figures that after Ukraine was invaded and the price went through the roof, that it didn't go up, and we've heard from Treasury saying, at least in 2023, that they hadn't paid any at all. So, frankly, I don't think it would matter if you left it in place and put an export tax on. But personally, if you swapped one for the other, I think we would be so much better off. Sounds fine to me.
Thank you. Mr Benjamin, in your submission you referred to the rate of tax or effective tax in Norway. The structure of the industry is different in the way that the Norwegians have set up exploration and Australians have over many generations now. Is your observation in the submission...
Yes, don't they? They have an incentive to lie with PRRT. Yes. Like, you just got to keep on saying that you got fucking expenses out the wazoo. But I just keep saying it, right? Look, I've got fucking expenses. I really wanted to pay tax this year. But, you know, fuck, those expenses. Like, damn, I was so close to paying tax. Don't worry. Next year. Next financial year. You got it. You got it.
That we should adopt a similar model to Norway across all elements of its system, or is it simply a comparison of the total tax take?
Yeah, unfortunately, my basic economics teacher 101 high school grade understands that this is actually complex, and what options we have is many before us. We're suggesting sort of one. When I compare to Norway, I understand that it's part state invested and partly state owned. When I talk to regular punters on the street, they love the idea of a partly state-run system that gets a good ROI with some private investment as well, like Norway's set up. And I think, the best analysis from...
I swear he's got the money. I got the money, I swear. Next year. Just give me a little bit more time. He said punters. What would happen if no one filled in their tax return? Hey? If you had mass direct action, everybody decided to be like a general strike. Everyone was like, no, I'm not paying my tax. I'm not filing my tax return this year. The system would shut down. If only we, the masses, realized how much power we had. We would completely screw the system instantly. I think I get, what was that, skeevy pirate high school teacher vibes from punters. And that's why I don't like him. What's skeevy pirate high school teacher vibes? Other reference, I don't know. Yeah, see, as soon as a real question is asked about how it worked, no one answers. Being government owned, at least in part, is the key. I would get my $235 back. I wouldn't. Oh no. Good luck with that. Everyone who works a blue collar job does it on the 1st of July because it's at least 5K plus on it. It's a me problem, not a him problem. It's important to recognize your bias. Fair enough. Free the weed.
People like Richard Dennis is that this is the comparison, an effective tax rate of 78% plus because they got the super profits and things like that. Anything that brings us closer to Norway in any respect, whatever the smart nerds do when they do their research, go, this is the best way to do it, this is the most effective way. There's the Norway model that seems very effective. There's the Qatar model where they own the entire industry and they do 70 billion a year or something and we do 2 billion like as citizens. So I'm open to any and all of the above. This 25% tax that certain senators have floated on export revenue sounds more simple, sounds like we're going to get something. We're in a position now where I'm like, oh, it's all looking pretty good from where we're sitting.
Can I just add that the Australian taxpayer spends a lot of money exploring for oil. We have public agencies dedicated solely to that task. We have explicit subsidies to help that task. And indeed, I think the Queensland government had a $20 million subsidy released last year encouraging people to go exploring. So the idea that the Australian taxpayer isn't involved in exploring for oil and other resources in Australia is demonstrably untrue. We have whole agencies dedicated to that task. It's just like, unlike Norway, we don't get money back. Now, we don't have state investment in oil companies. Sorry, I should clarify. We don't have Australian state investment in oil companies. The Japanese government is invested. The Malaysian government is invested. There's plenty of state investment in Australian oil and gas. It's just that it's other governments from other countries that can see the profits for them of investing. So, yes, our system is quite different from Norway's, and the reason that the Australian Institute prefers a 25% revenue tax over anything complicated like you've described is that the Australian Public Service, the Australian Parliament, has shown itself unable to negotiate complexity with these companies. So there's no problem with having a well-designed profits tax, but that's what the PRRT is supposed to be. The PRRT is supposed to pick up 40% of windfall profits. Well, after the Ukraine war, if you compare the gas price after the Ukraine war to the gas price before the Ukraine war, the Australian Institute estimates the gas industry has made $112 billion in windfall profits. Now, the PRRT is supposed to be a windfall profits tax at 40%. Well, 40% of $112 billion is over $40 billion, but the Commonwealth budget papers make clear that that hasn't happened. So, you know what? When the gas industry says it's complicated, Richard, you don't understand, Richard, you don't understand Norway, you don't understand, you don't understand. No, I do understand. I understand that we have a windfall tax in place. That's what the PRRT is, and I understand that it is a failure, and I understand that we've reviewed it on multiple occasions, and on multiple occasions this previous parliaments have decided to leave it the way it is. So, to be crystal clear, to those saying maybe we need something more complicated, I'd put to you that maybe they're a bit smarter than you realise. They might be smarter than me, but they've certainly been smarter than previous parliaments and previous generations of public servants whose arrogance led them to think, yes, I'm very clever, I can negotiate the complicated deals of a PRRT with the world's best paid industry, and we've failed completely. So that's why an export tax is a good idea, because it's simple, and the only way to avoid it is to sell gas to Australians instead. Win-win.
Thank you, Dr Dennis. I'm going to rotate the call to Senator McDonald.
Thanks, Chair. Good morning. And I believe we might have sat next to each other on a plane the other day. I didn't realise who you were, so I'm sorry.
Anything to be more like Norway. Hey, Conrad, how white is Norway? You heard it here first. Conrad's in bed with Thomas Sewell. Oh, my God. Hey, it's probably Sky News. Yeah, so just alter the PRRT and make it work. Export tax is a retarded answer. Sorry. I told you guys I'm thinking of voting legalize marijuana party, Wookie. Just make sure you know where their preferences go. Hey, it doesn't go to another party called Free Palestine that goes to another party who we shall not name. Banana Boy, so good, so good. It's so good that we have a fucking name for him now. The guy with the banana that is worried about how much of your genetic material is attached to his, is comparable to a banana. I always put legalized cannabis second. Okay, I think I'm reading minds. Make a new tax on any resources. Index it for inflation, whatever percent of every dollar. All right.
You didn't introduce yourself. We could have had this conversation on the aeroplane.
I wish we had.
This is the first time these guys
I'm
meet.
sorry you didn't introduce yourself. We could have had this conversation on the aeroplane.
I wish we had. I spoke to some of your colleagues on a plane recently. It was a good opportunity.
Very good. Look, you just finished on a comment where if something's simple, it's a, you know, the export tax is a simple solution. My experience in the Parliament is that often the reason why it's not a simple solution is because we live in a complex world of different regions of Australia, different issues, and you've raised a couple of things this morning that I just want to fact-check you on, understanding where you're getting some of this data. So you've raised employment numbers of 20,000. I probably know more than 20,000 people who work directly and fairly closely directly with.
Forget the gas tax. I want the grass tax. Legalize cannabis. Yeah, there it is. But could you imagine if it gets legalized though? Oh, there's my camera gone. Fuck. So annoying. There we go. This is your lady. Yeah. Yeah, my face is lagging. Yeah, I know. My camera's fucked. Yeah, from the last stream, this is the one. She's the gas lobby chick. She represents the gas industry. She's trying to bring it. I mean, she represents her constituents. Sorry. Shouldn't have said that. She belongs to Queensland. We don't claim her. But yeah, could you imagine if they legalize weed, they'd just tax the fuck out of it anyway? So like what we do with cigarettes. Someone said the other day on the stream, it was like, what, 300% we tax cigarettes or whatever. They'll just do that with weed. And then no one will be able to afford it. It'll be unfortunate. The private school cattle farmer's granddaughter. Are you talking about her, the Senate? 300%? Yep. Yeah. Who is a butcher and an accountant. And she ran some other business as well, didn't she? She was a butcher. And she was and an economist too, she said.
The gas industry. Where did you get 20,000 people from?
Look, I'll take that on notice. I'm relying on the Australian Bureau of Statistics. Your definition of people close to the oil and gas industry might be different to the Commonwealth's premier statistical agency. Yeah. But yes, you often hear the industry say it's 200,000. Indeed, I remember... I remember Mr. Liveridge once saying 800,000.
I'm sorry to
So you're not
interrupt
alone
you.
in thinking
Yes.
it's bigger than that.
I might have to just keep your questions, your answers, if you'll take that on notice, that would be terrific. Turning back, you talked about the Japanese tax. You did a press release this morning. Of that, I think that tax includes coal, is that right? And oil and gas. It's my understanding that Australia's gas into Japan is about 40% of their market.
Of their gas, yes.
Not the majority. So what would...
As long as it's like, yeah, people will still smoke and people will smoke weed. As long as they don't take ownership of the means of production. And like if they say something like, oh, it's illegal to grow your own cannabis or something like that, so they can tax the fuck out of it or like enjoy it. Because like it's illegal to grow tobacco, I'm pretty sure. So like as long as they don't say now it's legalized, the selling of weed is legalized. Now it's illegal to also grow it or something, or it's still illegal to grow it. As long as they don't do that, and people have the option of growing it themselves and owning their own means of production, then like that should be fine. But like it'll be sus if it's like, oh yeah, it's legal to sell now, we've legalized it, but you can't grow it. That'll be sus as fuck. I have a medical marijuana card. It's a great deal, really. 0% tax. But I've given it up, though, because I might need to pass a piss test to join the service. Wow. Like, what service are you talking about? Are you going to, like, join the army or something? What service is that? Stock tip. Once cannabis is legalized, invest in Domino's and Doritos. Oh, man. Fucking hilarious.
That mean then the tax raised on Australian gas is, I'm just not quite sure that the number that you've put in your press release is actually reflected by the reality of how much gas Australia exports.
No, the numbers are accurate. So, again, I can take that on notice and give you more detail than is in the press release. There is a paper that we're publishing today. But to be clear, we're comparing the amount of tax raised by the Japanese government on our gas imports to the amount of tax raised by the Australian government on our gas exports.
And because that's the point I'm trying to make.
Because that's
only
zero.
40%.
Yes, but because the number we're comparing it to is zero.
This year, next year, last year, 10 years' time.
Well, the PRRT isn't collecting revenue from our gas exports. There's no royalty on our gas exports.
Well, that's not true, because Queensland has royalties on gas
I'm talking about the Commonwealth of Australia. I'm talking about the Parliament that I'm in today.
And the PRRT, the calculation shows that the collection of PRRT will do what it always was modelled to do and increase rapidly.
Well, I am referring to the data as it is. If you want to talk about forecasts, well, the gas industry has been telling us it's on the cusp of paying us a lot of tax for a lot of years. I'm referring to the recent historic data, not projections by the gas industry.
And I guess that's where I'm interested, is the projection. So we've seen relatively recently big investments into extracting gas from Australia. Queensland in particular was only in the last sort of 15 years.
I had a drug test today. I hope I pass it for my dream job. If it's really your dream job, it would involve doing all the drugs you want. That's pretty funny. I'll take that. That's a good little side note. But if it was really a dream job, it wouldn't matter about the drugs. You could do all the drugs you want. I have a medical weed card too. It's great not to have to be beholden to criminals, but I don't smoke anymore either. We have no rain in SIA, so I can't relate. Of course she is. She's invested. Hey, who would have thought? Good language there. Go in there with the ultimate confidence. The interview. All right. I gotta move on. I gotta finish early today, unfortunately. But yeah, I'm gonna have to leave it here. Thank you everyone for hanging. Where are we up to, by the way? Fucking up to Susan McDonald. How could I forget? 27 in. All right. Yeah, I got to leave it here today. Thank you everyone who's been hanging out. Govan in the house. Hi to the sausage. Kali Wayote. Captain Bucket. Calzone hanging out today. Good to have you. Saint Chai. Still not sure if I'm saying that right. Dilemmas. Who else we got here? Jag's been in the house. 4AS earlier. Ravy Baby. Our shield of the day. Spandonk. Who else we got here? Wookie. Who else we got? Sarsaparilla Jane hanging out. Hope you didn't get in trouble for missing your Zoom call. What else we got? Mamupa was in here earlier. I'm sure there was lots of other people too. I think Woozle was in the house too. Thank you everyone for your interactions today. Kali Wayoti, I think I missed you, but yeah, thank you everyone. I do appreciate it. Tomorrow, Far Right Fridays. If you think of anything for Far Right Fridays, please hit me up in Discord. But like we'll try and find something interesting, I'm sure. It's always a fun day. But yes, until tomorrow, please remember, it's all good, rescheduled for tomorrow morning. So it won't be until after that. All right, fair enough. Yes, until next time, please remember, I am, you are, we are a mystery. See you tomorrow. Cheers.